Oh God, I think I was always late. Blame. I hate. Ugh. Whatever. Hi. I'm alive. I love, like, I was literally like opening up a Twitch tab because for some reason they'll only stream on Twitch. I think Twitch. This is how unawake my brain is. I have no idea how that happened. Hi. I'm tired. And it doesn't help that my computer, as soon as I'm like, alright, open OBS, open Genshin to do something for 10 minutes, and then immediately crash. Also, I can remove that. So hi. Instead of being able to eat a snack before I started this stream, my computer crashed. That was great. I like that. It's great when I'm already waking up like it's only 3 hours early, but it feels a lot earlier because I didn't go to sleep any earlier. So it's starting right now. Oh my God! See, I don't even have any like prep time. Frick. Wait, what do you mean it's starting right now? It's not live yet, unless it's just an auto refresh. Refresh. I don't know where the game audio just cut out. Buy a new PC with the money you make from YouTube. No. My PC is not the problem. That was just some random crash. That I don't know, man. It's pretty rare that my PC crashes. Is it not on? No, it's here. Yeah. It literally shows it right here. I'm dumb. I was like, wait, it's not. Okay, so, oops. No, not full screen. Can I see? This is why this is annoying, because like I would like to see what the format here. I'll go to someone else's stream. Let's go to Sweet Ellie's, because I saw some of their videos lately. They seem like they're making decent videos. I'm using this one so I can format it properly. So there you go, Sweet Ellie. They're slightly larger than me are. Than me are. My God, my brain just does not function. Oh my God. Okay. See, this is how I wanted to do this before the stream started, to be clear, but I was like, oh God, like PC crash. I gotta start the stream priority number 1, and yeah. Wait, is that the Kirara skin? I hadn't seen the Kirara skin. I knew we were getting a Nilu skin and a Kirara skin. This is good enough. You're getting this, and you're gonna be happy with it. Also, do I need to put the chat on screen, like my chat on screen, or should I? My chat. Do you guys want to see Twitch chat, and do you want to see yourself? I guess I should probably put you on the screen. This is how prepared I am. Give me a second. Blam. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Bad Windows. Bad. Alright. Yeah, I hadn't seen the skins before. That's something. Let's go back out of the window that I was on and go back here. Here, we can close that. There we go. So I think this is formatted correctly-ish. Let me go put Arlecchino somewhere where she can just vibe in the background. Wait, you can't see anything. God, there's too many things to manage. There we go. Okay. It's fine. I'm not panicking. Alright. Oh, my brain is so off. I woke up literally like 15 minutes ago. I need to acknowledge that. And then PC crashed as soon as I wanted to start streaming. I was like, ah! Okay. We're gonna go sit here. Blam. There we go. Arlecchino gets a new teammate today. Probably. Unless they're delaying her release. I mean, that would be interesting. There is, like, value, I think, to do it. I haven't done a reaction stream for these things in a while? One, because I don't like waking up early for them. Two, because they tend to just be, like, the same format every single time, and it's mostly just, like, marketing fluff. So I don't know. We'll see if there's something new. Notably, there was the skins new. but now I have already seen those from Sweet Illy. Oh, they're live. Watch now. Oh, let's make sure the thing. I haven't seen the quality of life. I saw it. I didn't have time to read it. My computer crashed. Plan. All right. Wait. It says offline. It said they went live and then they're offline. This is just Twitch in a nutshell, I think. Yeah, they're probably gonna do a Natlan teaser. I would assume. I will adjust the volume of Genshin as need be, as thing goes on. I need to drink water. Can I move this window? I'm trying to move my audio mixer window so I can have access to it. Ugh. Okay. I'm almost like actually set up now, right as it's starting. That's something. Good job, me. Here. It's not actually starting, so I guess I can make this go away. You can stare at Arlecchino. Hello. Look, it's a lady. Exactly. Okay. Get my stream management window popped up here. Blam. I should have turned off ads for this stream. Ah, frick. I just left default settings on, man. Okay, well. Oh, frick. Let me see if I can change that setting so you don't get bombarded with ads by YouTube. Wait, there's not going to be ads on Twitch, right? No, I think they have ads turned off on Twitch's end, right? Okay. Frick. Frickles. Monetization. There we go. Just turn it off for now. There we go. Congrats, I'm making no money on this stream. Yep. See, I can turn ads on like after the fact potentially, but then it's a problem of, you know, it's a problem of I have to like manually insert them at certain points in the stream versus them automatically being insert. So, anywho's, I really wish Shenhe, I rip Shenhe Wanter, me included in that package. I really wish Shenhe was rerunning in this patch. The current rumor is that she's not. It's Nilou Yelan Navia, supposedly. Which is... I mean, Navia needed a rerun sooner rather than later. Can I get my mouse? Where's my mouse? There we go. You can't see. How much time is left? I don't know. They're not live. You're seeing a live stream of their live page. So, you know, this is me sitting on a bench, and this is the stream. It says they're live down here, but they're not live. Oh no, I just went. Grenade, welcome my bosses. Thank you for making me a few dollars. Yeah, what is... It does say live. Like, what? Oh. Do they really have ads? Do we have to watch ads on their ads? I could have sworn last time I did these, they didn't have ads. I don't know what to tell you guys. I had refreshed multiple times before, and it didn't show live anywhere. Okay. Wait, no, that's still... Oh, wait, what? I have the volume on. Oh no. Oh no, more is broken. Why do I have no audio? Oh, there we go. We have a countdown now. That's good. Why is there no audio though? Why was there no audio from that advertisement? It wasn't muted. No, Chrome was not muted. That's gonna make things a little... Oh god, how to murder my stream. I blame my computer crashing. Chrome is not muted. What? Okay, here, give me a second. Go new window. Go to like YouTube. Go to oh wait. Oh wait, that's the wait, they stream on YouTube in like Japan? Because like there's a Japanese title live stream on YouTube showing up for me, but it's not. It's not the English one. I don't speak Japanese, unfortunately. Oh wait, there's a YouTube one over here. Okay. Anyways, let me. Okay, they stream on YouTube now. That's good. Let me play this like daily dose.
Hello everyone, this is your.
It works. Okay. Okay. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm not panicking. I don't know why Twitch had no ads. I also pay for YouTube Premium, so this will be better for you guys. So this is worth doing. I didn't realize. I could have sworn they didn't Twitch. They didn't Twitch. They didn't stream on not Twitch for America. What did I just do? Wait, why is this not working? Here, why is it not working? Here, I don't know, whatever. OBS is not behaving. There we go. Blam. Blam. I fixed. But yeah, I kind of wish I didn't get the skins spoiled for me. This I don't hate the skins, but this 100% continues the skins. By the way, like the trend of Mihoyo. Why is Wander there? This continues the trend of Mihoyo releasing skins that are, in my opinion, not as good as the base skin. So, it's my IP address, really. I sure hope not. That would be unfortunate. So yeah. I don't know. That's my feeling. It doesn't look bad. I'm like 90% sure just by this, I'm gonna stick to Kiwawa's default skin. So, you know, YouTube keeps telling me to give you ads, guys. No, I had chosen to make no money on the stream, other than unless people donate to me, which I don't really care that much about. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I don't. It's. In other news, I played ZZZ like all of yesterday, which was not my intention. Actually, oh frick. I closed the wrong thing. There we go. Fixed. Close this one. Close the wrong window. There we go. Okay. What happens if I make this window bigger? Is it up at properly? Oh frick! It doesn't. Oh no! Kill me. Okay. Everything's going wrong. Hey, look! It's my live stream in the corner. It's my. Thanks YouTube for recommending my own live stream to me. It's fine. I'm gonna fix it. You know, a good reaction YouTuber has shortcuts prepared for all this. Blam. There we go. I did that so originally before it was like a really tiny window on my monitor. So I barely, like, it was taking up like probably like a ninth of my computer screen before, and now it's like a sizable window. Anywho's, 110 gigabytes. It's not 110 gigabytes. It needs 110 gigabytes to verify or to like unpack, which is really weird in itself, by the way. It's really weird that Zenlist needs that much space. But to be able to like unpack and verify its files, whatever crap, it's actually half that size. So for some reason they doubled the size it needs to verify or whatever. But yeah, it's like 56 gigs to start, which is crazy. For asset inflation, I guess. Wait, is that one live too? Oh god. Still says program will begin shortly. It says 7:05 to be clear. It says like 1 minute. Assuming they go live on time. You know, I'm not one to speak about going live on time apparently. It wasn't my fault. My computer crashed. Maybe their computer crashed too. I don't know. But they're not even late yet. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk that much about ZZZ here, I think, but I'll probably end up making a video on it. Probably. I wanna open Discord now to see. I messaged Paimon's Bargains. I was like, hey, do you wanna sponsor a top up? And a top-up video for Zenless. I know it's short notice because I wasn't planning on making this video originally, but like I figured, you know, do the gambling video and then give you my thoughts. Ah, it's so loud. Ah, ah. It's in my background. Sorry about that. Jesus, God, my ears just bled. I don't know how loud that was for you. Jesus. I'm sorry. That hurt me too. God. Hi, Keklin. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be that loud. Okay. Alright. I guess now it's time to lower my Genshin volume. This is like the default YouTube thing, right? This is what YouTube does for scheduled stuff. Yeah. I turned off background music.
Hello, travelers. Welcome to the version 4.8 special program. I'm Sarah Miller-Cruz, the voice
that's what's
of the
healthy
female
for me,
traveler
but let me know if
Louis.
I need
Before
higher
we get
volume.
the ball rolling, let's introduce our other hosts.
Yay! Hello, everyone. My name is
Frog.
Amber
Oh, there's a frog.
Avalas,
Hello.
and I voice Emilie, a famous perfumer from Fontaine.
I don't know what I
Hey
expected.
guys, my name is
Okay,
Danny
so
Chambers, and
it's
I'm
a
the
little
voice
bit
of
loud for
Milu,
me, but I
a
can fix
talented
it on my
dancer
end.
from Sumeru.
Yeah!
And I'm Julia Gu, the voice of Kirora, a courier from Inazuma.
Kiwaba.
Oh my gosh, amazing! I am so happy to have you guys here. Okay, y'all can
I don't
probably
dislike the
guess
voice.
why we're all
I didn't,
here today.
I just say
It's
didn't
time for us
expect
to
that.
show
I don't know
off
what
a
I
new
expected.
limited
I had no
time
expectation.
summer map.
Ooh.
I
What?
can't wait to
They've
see what
never
the
done that
developers have
before.
been cooking up this time. I haven't even seen the final version.
Ooh. Well, that's what the version 4.8 trailer is
I
for.
heard my cat
Let's
meow.
take a look.
Oh wait, no, I think
Yes.
it was Kirara making a meow sound. I thought my cat meowed. God dang it. I don't know.
Port Ormos is
The
currently
trailer.
organizing a flower
Already.
exhibition.
That
Yeah,
strange smell around here.
Surround yourself with fragrance for too long, and your sense of smell will become dull. Allow yourself to be consumed by your emotions, and you lose the ability to think rationally. I'm Emily,
Hello, Emily.
a perfumer from Fontaine.
Oh, she's a Polo character. I'm surprised. I definitely didn't know that. Wow, she has normal attacks.
Reconstitute!
She summons a thing.
This'll brighten up the place!
It's a burst. Now, will you give us meaningful information about her?
The hero from another world, supported by their companions, shall restore peace to the world.
These some requests. There's paper hamsters. These some requests tend to be pretty good. I enjoy them.
Morning.
But
Huh? It wasn't just a dream?
But this Necomon friend of yours, she doesn't eat
Cat in a
hamsters, does she?
I remember I was reading a book at the
Like,
Grand Bazaar.
I will.
Then I woke up dressed like this.
I will probably use the Kiwama skin for like one video, by the way, and then
So this is what it feels like
Never
to ride
again.
a toy train.
You're really easy to please,
I like this area
Nadia.
design. It's cool.
Choo-choo! Aerial Express
Kirama.
moving out.
What? My sleepy brain. Mihoyo is so good at like music.
Do all storybook heroes have to work this hard?
Like the music does not need
If
to
you
go this
actually
hard for this
expect
live
me to
stream.
answer them all, we'll be here until the next Interdarshan Championship. To find the dragon
I didn't put my
responsible
chat on.
for this whole
Oops.
mess.
I totally forgot about that. Oops. Summer scales and tails. Oop, I didn't. Okay. I forgot that. Hey. There we go. Blam. Code already. Yay. If anyone else will fine. Wait, no. I can copy. I had nothing else to do. No, someone else is faster. Okay. Good job, Pure Baby. Pure Baby? Is that your? Yeah. Okay. Anywho's. Move my chat, please. Where? Oh, it's because it's. Oh, yeah, I see. I see. Yes. Wait, I feel like they're gonna spice it up. See, this is why I hate having a chat. It's like, where do I put it? You know what? I put you where you belong. No. I should just have it. Maybe I just have my. Maybe that'd be an innovation in the live stream format. Just have chat tied to my mouse position, so that way, like, as I'm just doing things. Oh, pure baby misspelled it. How dare you?
Wow, this is making me feel super ready for some summer adventures.
So, this is probably the perfect place to show off our new character.
Yes! Oh my
Yay.
gosh, that
We have
was
a new
the perfect
character.
segue.
One new character compared to
Perfect
3
segue, of
4.7.
course.
Yes. All right, let's introduce
trilby.
everyone to one of Fontaine's most renowned perfumers, Emilie.
Woo! Oh, Emily isn't just a great perfumer. She's also a pharmacology
perfumer.
and botany expert.
Oh, wait,
Yes,
that
yeah.
reminds me. Doesn't one of Cloran's voice lines mention that Emilie has a true profession, an identity that stayed a mystery up till
Killing
now?
monsters.
We'll know once we've learned more about her. A casual stroll after a meal aids digestion
development, not
and
indicative
increases
of
blood
final product.
circulation. So, would you like to join?
Wow. Normal attacks.
Neutralize!
A thingy. I could probably
Fresh and floral!
discuss Emily's hit much more in depth than Mihoyo is willing to.
Oh my gosh.
Like more info than Hoyo is
She's
willing
so
to give you.
cool.
I can do that after this
I
stream.
love her
Or not after the
shoes.
stream,
Yes!
And did you see when she
After their
smells
stream,
the
not after my
perfume?
stream.
Oh my gosh, I absolutely love that detail.
Yeah.
Yes, she's so elegant, like just the way she moves. Like it's just so
Right?
beautiful.
Yes.
I know, right? So, let me tell you.
I-
Emily is the most renowned
Yep.
perfumer in Fontaine. The new products that she releases usually sell out immediately.
What?
Well, almost.
Do they?
So if you want to get your hands on one of her perfumes, then
What do you
be
have to say
prepared
about
to
Emily
start
and
lining
Lilu?
up at 4 in the morning.
I mean, it will be worse
Oh.
than if you're not using
Emily
Nahida.
has
with-
another identity on top
like-
of her trade as a perfumer. She's a forensic cleaner.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. She's the one who cleans
She
up
doesn't have
crime
much AoE
scenes
Dender either.
after an investigation has been concluded. She's a very
not
experienced
great.
cleaner,
Sorry,
so
Sapphire.
she often picks up details and scraps of evidence that other people overlooked.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So she's kind of like a forensic examiner. You know, Chevreuse mentioned it in one of her voice lines.
Chevreuse?
She said that
Huh.
Emilie's chemistry knowledge is super helpful
See, I
for
got excited they were
uncovering
gonna like
hidden
reveal
clues during
Chevreuse rerun,
investigations.
which is
She
potentially
can tell
more
what type
important
of
than
perfume
anything
that
else they
someone
could
wears
reveal.
and where they've been spending time. Okay,
Slate
it
show.
all makes sense now. It's because of her forensics work. That also explains how Emilie and Chevreuse got so close.
Uh-huh, absolutely.
I mean,
Forensic cleaning is a lot
Does this
more
mean I have
dangerous
to?
than
Does this
creating
mean I have to make a team
perfumes.
with Chevreuse and
Emily
Emily?
generally
and
doesn't
Emily
talk
together?
about her
It
other
also definitely
identity
means
in order to
Chevreuse
avoid
rerun for
retaliation
flavor.
from suspects. So most
Right?
people only know her as a famous
Right?
perfumer.
Oh, Emily's
Chevreuse rerun
probably
on her
been through
banner
all
for
sorts of
flavor win?
stressful situations.
Clearly.
From like high-end venues to gruesome crime scenes.
Yeah, I really
Ooh,
wish
it must
they
take
like
a lot of
announced
mental
4-stars, so
toughness
like
to
there was
handle
something
all
like,
that.
okay, does Kaveh ever rerun? Does
Exactly.
Chevreuse
And her
rerun?
professional
Does Charlotte ever
experiences
rerun?
contribute to her
But
unique
no,
combat
they
style.
don't. They just the only thing
Emily's a
unknown is like, hey, is it
dendroborn
actually in the second
when
half?
she unleashes her elemental skill, she creates a Lumiduce case that deals
Uh-huh.
AoE dendro damage.
Ooh, I
It-
bet that
It
skill
doesn't really
releases
do
a really
AoE
nice
damage.
fragrance.
It's like it's
I know.
Hyper Bloom
The
is
Lumiduce
AoE
case is
AoE
a
damage.
creation that Emily is really proud of.
It's not AoE
It
damage.
fires puffs of
That is a
pure
lot.
dew at nearby opponents periodically, which deals dendro
And that
damage.
animation around it is
Oh,
new. That's to
when
indicate the
nearby
sense, or
opponents
it's
are
missing in
affected by the
previous
burning
footage I've
reaction,
seen.
the Lumiduce case will accumulate scents at intervals.
Yeah. Which is
I
where
know,
the
right?
actual AoE can come
After
from,
collecting
but
2 scents, the Lumiduce
Yeah, her
case
passive
will be
is one of the
upgraded
more
from
interesting
level
parts of the
1
game.
to level 2.
Oh.
At level 2, the Lumiduce case can fire an extra puff of pure dew.
Oh.
The damage dealt by
it's
the
just more
puffs of
damage.
pure dew
It's just more
will
damage.
also
Her
be
application doesn't
increased.
even change with
Only
burning,
one
other than
Lumiduce
her
case
passive
created
triggering,
by
but you have to
Emily
have
can
burning
exist
constantly
at a
happening for
time.
her passive.
Oh, wait, does that mean it's pointless to collect scents once you've already reached level 2, though?
Oh no!
Mihoyo has a
not at
bad
all.
habit of calling things
After
AoE
Emily's
that
passive
technically are AoE, but that's
lingering
because like
fragrance
everything has
been
a
unlocked.
size
The
for
level
it.
2 Lumiduce case will release Clear Dew Cologne that scales with every 2 scents collected. The cologne will deal AoE dendro damage to nearby opponents.
That is
Okay,
actually AoE.
So if I'm
like,
understanding this
properly
correctly,
AoE size.
only enemies under the burning status will create scents, and the damage
Correct.
scales with the number of scents collected by the Lumiduce case?
Exactly. That sums it
No,
up perfectly.
that is not correct. The damage does not
After
scale with the
unlocking
number
one
of
of her
cents.
specific
It's
talents,
just
Emily
how
will
many
deal
times you will
greater
see
damage
it
to
will be
enemies
triggered by
under
the number
burning
of scale.
condition. And when a Lumiduce case is on the field, it increases the entire party's resistance to burning damage.
Yes, which is one of the better parts about it.
Now
Okay?
I understand how Emily's talents can work in a party. So, once you use
This
her
character enables
Lumiduce
Mars
case
to say
apply
hunters for your
Dendro to your
on-fielder, by the way.
enemies,
Assuming
you
your
can use a
on-fielder is like
pyro skill with a
Arlecchino
different
when you
character to
go and
trigger
whack
the
on things.
burning
Like
condition.
Arlecchino is taking
That's
a small amount of
exactly
damage there,
right.
which enables Mars
And
to
the
say.
Lumiduce case has even more functionalities.
You can do that already without Emily, but she
After you've
reduces
unleashed
the burning
Emily's
damage heavily.
elemental
Where like
burst, the
without
Lumiduce
Emily,
case will rise to level
it's a
3
lot
and
less
collect the
survivable,
existing
right?
Lumiduce case on the field.
Oh, that's cool.
This fully upgraded Lumiduce case will cause scented dew to continuously descend onto nearby enemies,
I haven't.
dealing dendro damage. When the level 3 Lumiduce case
Okay, not even
leaves
showing
the
the burst.
field, a new Lumiduce case will be created.
There we
This case will be at the same level as the one she collected during her burst.
Okay, so if a level 2
burst
Lumiduce
is really
case
weird.
is about to lead the field, then you could unleash Emily's elemental burst to reset its duration. That way the level 2 Lumiduce case
Yes.
will be able to spend even
Although,
more time on the field.
She has 100% uptime even
Bingo.
without that.
It seems
So it's like
you've
official.
really
It's more like
figured out her
official
kit,
reset.
But we should let
Well, actually,
travelers
not like official
experiment
reset.
with these
Especially you
mechanics
need
for
to use a
themselves.
burst to keep
Okay,
up.
I think I understand
Like, isn't
Emily a
every other
lot
rotation
better
then?
now
She's
that
not
we've learned
necessarily
about
every
her
other
skills.
rotation for her burst.
She transforms scents
weird.
into perfumes and leaves the world a cleaner place.
Yes.
She's kind of
Honestly, her skills
not
seem to perfectly
exactly.
combine her
You can
talents
ignore
as
her
both
burst,
a
basically, if
perfumer
you want.
and forensic
There might be
cleaner.
reason to do that.
Right? Exactly.
Okay, great.
Emily is an expert with all kinds of scents. No suspect can hope
Scent.
to remain in the shadows while Emily is on the case.
Wordplay.
She
But hey, at
always
least they use
manages
actual
to discover the
translators,
truth.
unlike other games.
Ooh, are we
Um,
gonna get the chance to see her forensic cleaner side? Oh, please say yes.
Please.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
During Emily's story quest,
Story
the Pomum de
quest.
Ambra chapter, travelers will learn about the mysterious Agus flower that has appeared in Sumeru. Travelers
She
will work
sounds
with
too
Emily
young.
to uncover a
Yeah, she does
series
sound
of
very young now that
mysteries
you mention
related
it.
to this flower and expose the truth once and for all.
Ooh, so
I don't
exciting.
dislike it, but I can't say
I
it's
love
my
mysteries.
favorite.
You'll have to leave travelers to uncover the
What do you-
details for themselves.
A
the
direction, I
meantime,
guess,
I
of
have
like
some
like
other
overly
information to
high-pitched
share.
cutesy anime girl voice.
What is it?
The upcoming event wishes, of course.
Oh yeah.
Yes, let's go.
In the first phase
Yeah,
of
okay,
version
so it was-
4.8,
yeah, figures.
travelers can look forward to returning event wishes from
nothing
Navia
interesting.
and Nilu. Be sure to check them out if you're
Oh,
interested.
rip shit,
And in the
man.
second phase of version 4.8, we'll have event wishes for Emily and Yelan. A new
That-
5-star
that- by the way-
polearm, Lumiduce Elegy, will
Yeah, we'll be
also be
doing.
featured on the
Um,
weapon banner.
All right,
So I
okay.
can talk about her weapon.
That was a lot of information
Mahoyo
just now,
refuses to
so
announce
let's
information.
take a break.
Like,
for
I love that
my
Mahoyo
sake.
still does not even reveal what the weapon does in their streams.
Yeah, that
It's
sounds
insane
good.
to me.
It's also the right time to show the second redemption code anyway.
Code
Okay, we will
Prima
see you
Gems.
soon, travelers.
Yes.
Doodles.
Nice.
Yeah, Elias Chevrolet. Look, they're gonna not rerun Chevrolet, to be clear. Like, it doesn't make sense to rerun Chevrolet on Emily's banner, but I still think they should, for flavor. That's what they feel like they're teasing. We won't find out until like 4 weeks from now. Yeah, they're selling the weapon art, I know, right? So, anyways, I would also I really, really wish they announced 4 stars during these streams. Like, it's so annoying that they don't. Her being second half, by the way, is really good, I think. Notably because for anyone that, is waiting for Natlan, there might or might not be a bunch of characters and different things that could influence your decision making. And regardless of whether you look at leaks, right, even if you only watch these streams, you'll be able to watch the next 5.0 stream before Emily's
Oh,
banner
it
is
looks
done,
like we're headed
right?
to a new place.
So it's good.
And if we're headed
Like,
to a
people will be able
beautiful
to decide if they
location,
want
then
Emily
it's only fitting to wear
until
a
they see
beautiful
Natlan
outfit.
things.
Yes,
that's good.
exactly. You are so right. And Nilu and Kirara will get new outfits in version 4.8.
Yay.
Oh, I'm so ready. So ready. Oh, okay. Let's start off with Nilu.
It's funny
I
how
took a good look
Nilu's voice
earlier,
actor
and I
is
have
not
to
voice
say,
acting right now. I
It's
like
totally
it.
awesome. I have to share it with y'all in more detail. Okay, look, take a look.
Is Nilu. See, I don't dislike her skin, but I think I like her normal one better.
Come
Sorry.
with me on a fairy tale journey.
This is the first time I'm seeing it this close. Like, I only saw it in that image before.
I present to you
Neela can walk on
a
water
gift
now?
from the forest.
I mean, I'd consider buying this game if that was the case. Not that I need to walk on water, right? We have Farina, but... Is Neela's skin? Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Like, I don't know,
She
this-
looks so beautiful.
She's so gorgeous. Like, look
Yeah,
at all the
it is pretty,
flowers and like
but
the skirt
I like her
being
default
petals.
skin.
Oh my
Yes,
gosh.
yes. Oh my gosh.
She's so pretty.
It really
really
suits
cry.
Nilu too, don't you think?
Yes, it just shows off her beauty even
think-
more, and I'm so happy.
I feel like there's a vibe they're going for
There's-
that I
There's
can't
also
nail,
a
but
really cool story behind this
Is
outfit.
this meant to be like a wedding
Does
dress
everyone
vibe?
remember
I
the
don't know.
title of the new version?
Yeah,
I
summertime
don't know how to
scales
read?
and
What did I
tails.
misreading?
Like fairy tales, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yes.
Only good for feet
Cool.
fanboys? Oh,
Yeah,
is she not
exactly.
wearing shoes?
This
Yeah.
summer,
Oh.
travelers will get to visit a fairy
see.
tale world known as Simulanka.
I see.
In this world, Nilu will get a new
see.
outfit and a new identity.
That is so exciting.
You can't hear me?
Yes, it's gonna be so good.
So, I'm guessing Simulanka is the new summer
I'll be
region?
honest, my solution
Yep.
to that is
And this fairy tale world
this.
is filled with all sorts of crises. Travelers will discover
not
a giant footprint
Okay.
shortly after entering this world.
Oh my
giant
gosh.
footprint.
Whoa.
What about
whoa.
that? Is
That
this fine?
footprint is huge.
It's
Wait a
partially also
second.
me being tired. I'm sorry.
You'd have to be massive to leave a footprint like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely.
It's the feet.
And if you follow the footprints
Is this
into
just the feet
depths of
version for
region,
Genshin Impact?
then you might be able to find
The
some clues.
feetless skin.
Origami
And then-
animals live
wait,
in
did I
this
say
forest,
feetless,
so
shoeless
you might
skin?
be able to get some valuable
And then
information from them.
Feet is the theme of the
That's helpful.
event.
Mhm.
I noticed some of the animals look off color.
Yes, they do. Very perceptive of
Can
you.
Nilu make
Some
Kave's
of
bloom
the
better? If you
origami
want to
animals
not use
are in
Kave's
big
kit, yes.
trouble. The color of their paper is fading. I know, and it's so sad.
I like the.
So
you
travelers
notice
will
the
need to
grass here,
work
by the way?
together
That's a
with their
really
friends
nice
to
touch. Like if this is like
revitalize
an
the forest
origami
and
land.
help those animals solve this
Like
crisis.
the grass looking like that isn't artistic
Oh my
choice. It's meant
gosh,
to
I
look
will do
like little
anything to help
origami
these
papers. It's
origami
like a Viva
creatures. I
Pinata
love them
type
already.
styling. I love it.
I know.
100%
I want to take one
anything.
home with me.
Like, I
Yes.
am assuming they took inspiration
But,
from Viva
okay,
Pinata for
travelers
that.
won't have to face these
It's really
crises
good.
alone.
I
They'll
like it.
receive help from all sorts of companions during their journey.
They could have
in
gone a little bit
Simulanka.
harder towards it,
Hey,
towards the origami
it's
styling
Kirara
and
in
other
her new
things, but it's
outfit.
fine.
And Navia. Oh, and there's Hat Guy.
If travelers are interested in seeing how the events in Simulanka unfold, then be sure to check out the summer region during the new update.
Yeah.
Okay,
you wanna
well,
see how
since
it works,
Kirara is wearing
play
her
it.
cool new outfit.
Wow.
Can we take a closer look?
Wow.
Thank you for noticing.
Cat in a hat.
That's just what I've been waiting for.
Yes.
Like, I'm probably gonna make a video with Kirara in that skin. It'll be like cat in a hat. I'll say cat in a hat constantly. Also, it doesn't look like it changes based on that clip. It doesn't change her box form. So like, what's the point? What's the point? I guess if you just really like cat in a hat.
If I dress like this
Well,
on
like-
delivery.
No, I'm sorry. I think I like her normal skin more. It's like always the case. Almost every skin in the game, I prefer the default skin. I'm sorry.
Oh, she's so cool. It looks like she's ready for
It's
an
not bad.
adventure.
I always like the normal
Oh
skins.
yeah.
Yes. Oh, it's adorable.
Hat.
Yes.
Cat in a hat.
Yeah, the color,
So I might
style,
make a
and the
video just
accessories
titled
all
Cat in a Hat.
complement
I don't know,
Kirara
maybe.
Perfectly. She's really giving me like a strong
It
impression
does
of
change
a
the box form?
vigilante
Oh,
who comes
or
out
did I
at
miss
night. You know what I'm talking about?
You better watch out. Well,
I
best
don't
of
do
all,
an anime shop,
travelers
apparently.
will be able to obtain this outfit for free.
Wow.
Excerpts
What?
of bliss
They've never
will be
done that
scattered
before.
throughout Simulanka. Travelers
How
will need to collect
unexpected.
jubilant feathers and open fairy tale troves to obtain excerpts of bliss. After you've collected enough of these
Why do they
excerpts,
feel the need to make like
travelers
custom
can obtain
currency at
Kirara's new outfit for free.
every event,
Plus,
by the way?
they can
Like,
also get primo gems and other rewards.
Yes.
What?
Oh,
Never heard of it.
awesome. I
Puss
know
in
what I'm
Boots?
doing
Oh,
the
yeah, it
minute
is kind of Puss in
4.8
Boots.
goes live.
It's true.
Collecting excerpts
Is that different?
of bliss so
Is that
I can
different?
get my hands
That doesn't
on
look.
that
Oh,
outfit.
no, it has the stupid
Oh,
mask.
yeah,
Oh,
get my
okay.
claws on that.
Okay.
Yeah, you can definitely count me in. I love it.
There's so much to do in the new version.
You think so?
Is there?
Well,
I mean,
there's even more
it's not
content
bad.
in the big summer
Yeah,
update.
and a free
No,
Chihuahua.
yes,
We get a free cat and a cat skin.
Simulanka has a bunch
very
of
good.
fabulous events that everyone can enjoy.
Oh,
Not
really?
the mask.
Let's hear it.
Oh, you got it. Travelers can look forward to 4 different kinds of gameplay in Simulanka, and they all follow a unique theme.
Ooh.
The first is called Boreal
Yeah.
Flurry.
That cat, that free cat
Travelers will
is
have to move
C4
through
cat for me, and
streaming
C4
currents
cat
and
is
destroy targets
makes her
to
do
score
off-field
points and earn
dendro, which is
rewards.
pretty good.
Destroying special
I appreciate
targets
that. It's
will
gonna
even
make me
produce
like
unique
it's gonna give me a
effects.
lot of reason to use her a lot
really,
more.
really love
is
to
good.
say more, but we'll
Like
let
in more
travelers
generic
experiment
supportive
with them in
contests, to
game.
be clear, rather than the
Ooh, oh my
DPSy
gosh,
contests like I do,
this
but
is
it should
so
be
cool. It's
additional
like we get to shoot at things
DPS or
mid-air.
damage as
That's
well.
awesome.
So
Right? So cool. Okay, next up,
I appreciate
we
the
have
free cat.
Flying Hatter's Trick. Travelers
Wow.
can use a flying hat to attract toy figures, allowing them to score points in a variety of different game modes.
Is there any player that?
It looks like
how
a
many
claw
players?
machine,
I'm
just
sure
like the ones in the
there's a lot of
arcades.
Genshin players.
Yes.
How many Genshin players
Exactly. I am
care
still
about
terrible at
the
those,
minigames and
though.
events to justify how
I hope so.
long
I hope so.
they talk
Thank you for
about
your
them in these
belief in me.
streams? Like, to be, I'm not saying they
The
do it a
third
long
gameplay is
time,
called
but they usually
Metropole
focus a
Trials.
lot of these
Travelers will need to form two teams to complete
streams
a combat
talking
trial.
about the
Defeating
event.
opponents will accumulate valor. Filling your valor energy
Meanwhile, they
bar
say
will
like
trigger a time
barely
for
anything
valor,
about like
which
the new
grants buffs
characters
to your
kit and
team.
like actual meaningful
Defeating
info.
opponents while a time for valor is
And you're
active
forced to
will
go to
earn
outside
even
sources
more
to see
points.
meaningful info about a
And
kit.
travelers who take part in these 3 events will earn Star Sale coins. In
Why are they so
figurine
loud? Are they still
fabrication,
loud?
Travelers
Is this
can
still
insert
loud?
these
Is that like
coins
a-
into fantastical fabricators to earn keepsake figurines. Hopefully that makes it even easier for travelers to remember their journey.
Aw, what a cute origami hamster.
So cute.
I like your fake cheer.
Little guy.
Was that fake cheering?
Little guy.
It was me being sarcastic on purpose, if so.
After travelers have used the fantastical
That's
fabricators
how sarcastic I
enough
am. I do it
times, they'll be
unconsciously.
able to invite Kirara to their team and claim special rewards, including Primogems and Serenity Pot furnishings.
Frog.
Oh, and travelers can display their figurines
Multiple
on good
frogs. There's a
frames,
green frog
both
and a yellow
inside
frog
their
and a bluish
Serenity
frog.
Pot and around Simulanka. But don't worry
A
if you
pink
don't
squirrel.
receive the figurine that you
Weird.
want. You can also gift and
No,
trade
I want this
figurines with
louder.
your
I don't
friends.
care. I don't care if you can't hear me. I'm making it louder.
Yes.
Cool. It sounds like the summer
Free cat.
region gives
And I
us a
don't know why
lot to
this-
look forward to.
It's one of the best things
I
about this patch is a
wonder
free
what
cat.
else version 4.8 has in store.
Oh, okay.
4 stars?
You've got perfect
Do you
timing.
want to twist
All right,
things up
let's
for
take a look
once
at the rest of the
in
events
a century
version
in this
4.8.
stream, Mahoya?
Yes. Oh, first up, we're introducing the Imaginarium Theater. A once
What?
blank canvas has been sitting in a corner of the theater
What?
lobby, but now vibrant colors have emerged on its surface.
We're introducing
This
the
new
Imaginarium
permanent
Theater. You
gameplay
already
mode
did
will
that.
launch in version 4.8.
Nice.
I know this is an
5
event with it, I think,
envisaged
but
Echoes challenges will become available in version 4.8. Each
wording was
challenge
just
will
a bit
correspond to
silly
a
there.
designated character. Travelers will receive 2 keys of Echoes upon
Yeah.
entering the challenge, and each challenge requires 2 keys to unlock. If you complete the challenge, then you'll be able to obtain the
or this is not an
corresponding
event,
character's
sorry. This
Echo
is just an
cosmetic
additional reward for theater. Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
I forgot.
And once you've equipped an Echo onto its
Yeah, it's a
designated
little dashing
character,
effect.
they'll have a unique
It's cute.
trailing effect while they're sprinting.
Like,
Oh my
they need to do
gosh.
more for the
Duke's Echo
gameplay
looks like
of
flaming
theater
feathers.
itself.
That's so
I should have a
cool.
polearms only
Yes,
theater
and
video
Chi-Chi's
coming
Echo
out
seems to give her
today.
ghost companion.
or today.
Honestly, I feel like that's
this
something
weekend.
that Hu-Tao would be super interested in.
Run, right?
Hold on.
Cat
I have
sporkles.
a question. If we only start off
Yeah,
with
it's cool.
2
It's a nice little
keys,
bonus of
then that
clearing.
means
Like
we
I
can
like little
only
things
unlock
like that
one
for
challenge,
incentives
right?
to clear.
Are there
Um,
any other ways to obtain those keys?
Oh, yeah, of course. Travelers can receive 1 key from each season of the Imaginarium Theater, where they complete and finalize a combat performance in Act 6 or higher.
1 key per month,
Oh, okay,
and they cost
so
2
you can't
keys.
unlock those Echo rewards in one go.
I can barely hear the
Yes,
stream.
exactly.
People say
I
I'm too
know.
loud. Whatever.
So
Okay.
Take your
I'm just
time,
gonna-
everyone.
Jesus
There's
Christ.
no need to rush.
I had
it's
them
not
loud.
going anywhere.
Then I'm too quiet. I had
Oh,
them
by the
quieter.
way,
Then I'm.
You can
like-
only complete the challenge using its designated character. You're also going to have to pay attention to the character level and friendship level requirements. The participating character must be level 90, and their friendship level must be 8 or higher. It's time to test how well you truly know your characters.
Sweet.
Yeah.
This is why live
The
reaction streams are
Envisaged
annoying. You can
Echoes
make nobody
challenge
happy
doesn't
for
just
audio.
test how well you can use a character, but also how well you understand their skills. Each challenge has specific obstacles, and you'll only be able to pass if you fully master the character's skill mechanics.
That's
If they actually make
awesome.
you
Oh, man, I'm so
utilize
excited.
most of the character's mechanics rather than
So
just.
ready.
But the thing is, what that
You
event
can
is actually
also
going to be
look
is just
forward to a
use the
ton
character's
of
abilities.
events
It's not going to be
happening in
know the
Fontaine.
character's abilities. It's just going to be use.
Travelers will get to meet an enthusiastic
that's not
scholar
knowing
in Romaritime Harbor, which allows travelers to play Bing Bang Finchball. Thanks, Basima.
Bossima and Finchball seems to remind me
Oh, it was
of
a friendship
something.
level thing?
Oh, wait.
I
Wasn't
missed
there also
that.
a Bossima in version 3.8?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right! The Bossima we met last year was a Hydro-Eidolon replica
Was it
of
a
a
friendship
human
thing?
who once visited the Valerian Mirage
That's
5
interesting. I think that's
centuries
cool.
ago.
They needed more
She invented the
in
earliest version of
reason to,
Finchball. The Bossima and
or
Fontaine
more
is
reward,
her
I guess, for
descendant.
friendship stuff. Like reward for using a character for so long.
That is such a neat connection.
Yeah, like
And
man, I
since
really
so
wish
much
they
time
would
has
like
passed,
change
I'm
how they do
guessing
these
that we'll get to
streams a little
experience
bit.
a new kind of
Like,
Finchball.
less focus on events.
Exactly. Travelers will still need to launch
Less
Finchballs into target
marketing
zones
fluff.
in order to score points. But these new stages
show
will
what
have
4 stars on the
rival
banner, for
Finchballs.
God's sake.
Rival Finchballs will make it harder to score points, so travelers will need to strategize based on the situation in front of them.
Ooh, I like the new changes. I'm excited to try the new Finchball.
And that's not the only new addition. This version also has
Do
a
more sarcasm
co-op
cheer.
mode.
Yay!
Each other's
Co-op
rival
for
Finchballs.
bouncy
Yes.
ball.
Travelers
As if
can freely choose
98%
their
of
level
players
while
don't
they're in
just do
co-op
this
mode.
to clear
Each level
get
has
the
different
Primogem
terrain
rewards as fast as
characteristics
possible.
and types of Finchballs.
Yay.
Players will take turns
There you go, there's
launching
your
Finchballs,
sarcastic cheer.
and the person with the most points
Um,
after 4 rounds will win the match.
But
That
like, yeah,
sounds really
the most
fun,
meaningful
no matter who
information they
wins or
never
loses.
reveal in these streams.
Totally. I mean,
we might get a
look at
Natlan
these little
trailer
guys,
at the
look at
end,
the
which is
little
good.
benches, they're so
But also you
cute.
can watch the Natlan trailer without watching these.
So cute.
So like, and it's fun hearing the voice
Speaking of
actors talk
cuteness, does everyone still remember
sometimes, but they're also
Asagiri's
like very
photo-taking
scripted,
commission?
very scripted, and it doesn't land for me most of the time.
Definitely.
Asagiri has made her way to Fontaine.
And really
But
breaking
this
up the
time,
pattern
her
this time,
photo
are they?
requirements
Right?
aren't as strict. Travelers can easily satisfy the commission requirements by submitting photos of their favorite
Photos.
characters.
An interval
I like
timer mode has
photo-taking events,
also
by the
been
way.
added, making it easier for travelers to capture their characters in the perfect
nice.
moment.
They added an interval thing.
Oh, I'm so excited to see what all the master photographers are going to come up with.
Oh, yeah. We'll also have the opportunity to meet up with Hosseini
That was
in
a good
Fontaine.
photo, by the way.
And he's brought an upgraded
framing.
energy amplifier with him.
Wait, wasn't Hosseini studying
Why the
energy
VAs
amplifiers in
scream?
order to
You tell
graduate?
me.
Does
Because they
this
need
mean
to
that he
see.
still has
See,
to
Mahoya would really
graduate?
not like someone
no.
like me as a VA there because I'd sarcastic scream,
Scientific research
and then
is
probably like
filled
be in
with
breach of contract for
obstacles.
making a sarcastic cheer.
This time, Hosseini has integrated the energy amplifier with Fontanian technology to create the Hosseini amplifier.
Like,
and he'll need our help
what-
to test it out in combat.
What are they talking
Listen,
about?
if we can help him finally
Oh, they're talking
graduate,
about more
I am
event things.
definitely
Okay.
in.
Yes, please.
Oh, totally. So, in each stage, travelers will need to form 3 parties to participate in 3
Oh
consecutive
look,
rounds
it's
of combat
Imaginarium
tests.
Theater, the event.
Okay.
Each party member will provide a fixed amount of motive force
Except
based
this
on their
might have been
character
more
level.
interesting for endgame
Motive
combat than the
force can
theater
be
is.
used to set up ley line effectors.
Please make changes
which
to theater.
grant buffs
Oh yeah,
in
make the
combat.
actual gameplay more
The
interesting.
same character can be assigned in multiple parties, but repeating characters won't provide motive force in subsequent combat trials. So you better keep that in mind while you're forming your teams.
Why don't you just call it vigor like you already call it
I
in
get
existing
it.
game mode?
So
Why do you
we
gotta
need
call it
to make
motive
sure
force?
that each
I
party
just-
has enough motive force to receive combat buffs.
Gotcha
That
games and
way
being
we
like,
can obtain a higher
we gotta
score."
give names for everything.
Exactly. Once you've configured all the buff slots for a single party,
I'm not saying theater
you can
needs to be
also
harder.
choose a buff to
It needs-
apply
it needs to
across
be more
all your
interesting.
parties.
All right.
Travelers will have to experiment to determine
It's
the best
very
setup
one
for them.
note.
Awesome. Okay.
Also,
is
it has
anyone
too
else
many
here
restrictions.
excited about
Chevrolet's card.
games? I know
More indications for
I know
Chevrolet's
that I'm
rerun
excited about card
on Emily
games.
banner for flavor,
So, in
please,
version
and with
4.8,
Kaveh,
a couple of
'cause
old
I don't wanna
friends
wish
are
for
being
Kaveh
added
before
to
Emily
Genius
Banner.
Invocation TCG. New monster cards and action cards will also be available.
Sweet.
Also,
Yeah.
the Overflowing Mastery event is returning in
Yes.
version 4.8, so don't miss out.
Let's go.
All right, that's all the event-related news that I have right now.
Yeah, thank
So
God.
next, let's talk about system optimizations.
Wow, Sarah's on a roll today.
Thank you,
System
thank you.
optimizations.
Okay,
Ooh,
first
actually,
off,
the meaningful
counterpoint
information in
system has
the
been
stream.
improved. In version 4.8, excess and counterpoints earned from daily activities can now be stored.
I saw someone talking about
Travelers
this very
won't have
briefly
to
before the
worry
stream.
about them going to waste anymore.
Okay, so
That's very
how
good.
do we use the points that we
That was one of my main
Well,
complaints
travelers
with
can
when they
convert
initially
their
implemented
long-term
it,
encounter
in
points
that
into
there was
daily
no
encounter
kind of
points by
overflow
spending
system
original
for it.
resin.
So now that there is,
Long-term
it's
encounter
good.
points will be reset during every version update that ends with .0. In other words,
But yeah.
the first update for a new region. That means the first reset will occur in version 5.0.
Sweet.
Oh, nice. You can spend them immediately.
So cool.
Yeah, or you can save them for a rainy day.
Yeah,
that gives
that's very
travelers
good.
a lot
That's
more
very
freedom.
good.
Also, the cooldown for all world bosses will be reduced to 10 seconds.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Also very good.
I know.
Which means
That
you
should make it a
teleport
lot
away and then
easier
you
to
can
farm
teleport
materials.
back. Yeah.
That works perfectly with the changes to the encounter points
definitely.
system.
Overflow resin,
You'll be able
please?
to
Yes, I
convert
know. Please,
encounter
Mahoya.
points even faster now that cooldown
Please
periods
overflow
are
resin.
shorter. That's super convenient.
Oh, that's awesome. Well,
It is indeed.
we've also got new optimizations for travelers who love to follow the game's stories.
There was a dev thing that popped up. Do you see that? There's a dev thing that popped up in the bottom.
Which will hopefully provide a
Rare,
more immersive
interesting thing in the
experience.
stream.
In addition,
There was a press
we'll be
X to
getting a
like
new
there was a
feature that
dev
allows
bar,
travelers to
secret
review
dev
dialogue
information from their
text
dev
and
kit
audio
builds.
in their current conversation. So don't worry about missing out on any details.
Thank goodness.
Ooh, that
It's
is
the first time I've
perfect
seen
for
that.
travelers who like to take screenshots and travelers who like to analyze the dialogue.
This is good too.
You can
I like
look
that.
forward to a
That's like a
bunch of
standard
other
feature in most Gothic games
optimizations
now, I
in
think.
version
Yeah.
4.8. Some domains in Mondstadt and Liyue will be adjusted. Travelers
yeah,
can
I
choose
forgot
to
about
lower
that,
their
yeah.
world level once they've reached world level 3. The difficulty of the License to Glide quest will also be lowered. Just to name
That
a
was
few.
hard for some people.
That will be so helpful for new players.
That was hard.
It'll be easier to pass Amber's gliding test.
Oh, I know. But
Amber
be
had to
sure keep
reduce
an
the
eye out
difficulty
for
of her
future
test.
announcements to learn more information.
But yeah,
Well, we hit
the
everything,
Mondstadt
right?
domains have been
Actually, we
nerfed.
still
Like they're
have
no
some
longer
more
misery
information to share.
incarnate.
But
Um,
first, let's display the final redemption
It was horrible.
code.
I mean, I wouldn't say it was good. It's probably good.
We wait
It's
with
just like
bated breath.
Here we go.
yeah, the quest change is whatever. But yeah, the domain change is actually really nice. But also, like, if anyone is playing Genshin, like a new player starting Genshin from version 4.8, you'll never know. Like, this marks a divide between anyone currently playing Genshin and anyone that plays Genshin in the future. And like, you don't know what it was like having to farm for Mondstadt characters. Awful. I kind of love how awful it was because it was very memorable. But, you know, good change. But now, honestly, like, I just know it. I'm just, like, never going to have to level a Mondstadt character again, I feel like. I'm just never going to get advantage of it. So, anywho's, step down, why?
Welcome back, travelers.
Give code staff there should take a job. True.
Welcome back.
All right, let's get straight to the information that I promised.
4 stars? Did you promise real information? No.
Whoa, what's that? Looks so cozy.
Thanks for
I
putting
want
the
to be
codes
there.
in
I
Discord,
know,
Sylvian.
right?
Appreciate it.
Okay, listen carefully, everyone. I have an important announcement.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's very
Hoyoverse
important.
is coming soon.
Whoa! What is this?
For those of you who might not know,
Is this merch?
Hoyofest
Yeah.
is an annual event that celebrates all of Hoyoverse's games.
Oh, so not just
I didn't
Genshin
know
Impact.
this was a thing.
Oh,
How did I
that's
not know this
exciting.
was a thing? I don't really
Yeah.
care, to be honest. But like,
Starting in July, Hoyofest will host a series of online and offline events. By participating in these events,
oh
you'll
no,
have the
okay,
chance
no,
to
no,
obtain
no, I know,
Hoyofest
okay,
themed
no,
merch,
yeah.
event-exclusive gifts,
I've heard of
and
this before.
both
Never mind.
in-game and out-of-game rewards.
Oh yeah, was it called
Feel free to
Hoyo
join in
before?
on the
Is that
fun,
why?
travelers. More detailed information
just
will be
rename
posted
it,
across
or
Genshin Impact's official accounts.
Am I
So
getting
stay
tricked by
tuned.
the person in chat?
So exciting. We also have an exciting collaboration to announce. Genshin Impact will be partnering with one of the largest aquariums in the world, Sea Aquarium.
See,
Hopefully, travelers will be able to
Where is
participate in
Sea?
an entirely new collaboration experience.
Southeast Asia equation.
I don't think Genshin
Equasia?
Impact has ever teamed
Southeast
up with an aquarium before.
Asia
let me
aquarium. Is
think.
that what SEA is?
It's got to be a Fontaine
I have no
themed
idea what
collaboration,
SEA
right?
aquarium is.
Yes,
Sorry,
you
I'm not that
guessed it.
aware
This event
of
will be based on
aquarium
Fontaine.
lore in the real world.
Sijuin, the head nurse at the Fortress of Meripede, will guide
It was always
travelers as they
Hoyoverse? Oh,
encounter
okay.
marine
I
creatures
don't know.
and
I
explore
never
the
paid attention
mysteries
to
of
it.
the deep
Sorry.
sea. Keep an eye on Genshin Impact's and Sea Aquarium's official accounts for more information.
Oh, I'm so ready.
Fish time.
Awesome.
I'm sorry,
Now
Nilu's
for some
VA going.
out-of-game genius invocation TCG news.
That's great. I like Nilu's VA.
The knockout stages of Astra Carnival, the
Singapore.
Prince Cup
Okay,
for the
okay,
Atlantic,
cool.
and Pacific regions will be held
If I ever
soon.
go to Singapore,
The
I'll try to remember
Atlantic
to go
stage
see
will
it.
take place on July 27th, and the Pacific stage will be held on August 2nd.
Can we?
So look forward to a fierce
Do you wanna give
showdown
us
between
actual
top
information
players from those
about-
two regions.
uh,
There's also a
other things
little
in the patch,
surprise in
Mahoya,
store
this
for
time?
you all. Before the knockout stages begin,
You get to
all
learn the 4
travelers
stars
will
early.
receive a commemorative card back in their in-game mailbox.
Oh, that's kind of cute. I like that as a cute
So be
little
sure to
touch.
follow the official Astra Carnival
For
account for more information.
Partaking in
And that's not all.
tournament
Genshin
things.
Impact's 4th commemorative OST album, The Shimmering Voyage Volume 4,
Music.
will become available in version 4.8.
This company is a
It will
music
feature
company in
original
disguise.
Genshin Impact music composed by the Hoyoverse team.
Yay!
It
You're gonna
includes
talk about
tracks
Emily's
from
Good
version
After? Yeah,
4.8
yeah, I will.
events, cutscene music
Might
from
as well.
versions 4.0 to 4.8, and other content. Oh, I'm so excited for it.
Music slaps.
I'm gonna listen to it forever.
Mahoya's music does slap. I agree.
All right, that's all the information that we have to share.
It was funny going from
Then
ZZZ
that
yesterday
means-
to going to play Wuthering Waves.
It's almost that time
I was just like,
again.
oh.
It's time for the special program to end?
Mahoya's really good with music. Are you gonna reveal anything actually interesting? Please show the Natlan teaser
Is there
at
anything
least.
y'all want to say before
Please.
we go?
Yes.
Don't make me wake
I'm
up for
very
literally
excited
nothing.
for the costumes for Neela and Kirara. They are so adorable, and I can't wait to see like their
The costumes
new
are cool, but
roles that they get to play
yeah.
in this new event. I'm so excited for this. I can't wait.
yeah, of course there's no 4-star
I,
information.
too,
They never
as
do.
an unbiased individual, am excited about that.
My
But
my theory for
I'm
why they don't do
so,
4 stars
so
is because
excited too for
they
the
oftentimes
echoes.
I think
I'm so
Mahoyo
down
doesn't
for all
decide
this
what 4 stars to
customization. And the
rerun until
music.
like very shortly
It's
before the
so-
banner runs. That's why they
Listen,
don't reveal
I'm just
them.
very excited.
Well, I just wanted to say I'm so excited that you all get to finally meet
So they have to
Emily.
change their
I
internal
really
process for
hope
how
you
they
like her.
they time
I
deciding
know,
about
totally.
4 stars rerunning
And
to be able to
I
include
am
them.
super duper
And they
excited
just
for
Mahoyo
Hoyoverse,
loves.
and
They
also for the
absolutely
Sea
adore their
Aquarium
formula.
collaboration. That is so exciting
Right.
and cool. I can't wait to see what
Internally
happens
and
with that.
externally, I feel like that's my vibe with
All right,
with
well,
Genshin, but
this
gacha
is the
games
end
in
of the
general.
special
to an
program.
extent.
Thank you
Is there really
all
nothing?
so much for
Did
being
I wake up for
here.
nothing? Do we get nothing?
And yeah, I guess we'll see y'all in game.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, good. We do get something. Thank God. Okay. Oh, it's a new character. And they have a movement ability that goes up walls. See, the solution though to Mahoyo's movement problem in Genshin is not characters with movement abilities. Hopefully that's like a gadget that you can use anywhere. It's probably not though. Actually new information. I wish I like that character design. That's cool. I hope this is indicated that enemies will actually chase you across the map. That'd be hilarious. I'd love it. She's a shark. What's with the sharks themes with Mahoyo lately? Does Mahoyo just like really like Gargura? That seems like a Gargura character. I don't watch her to be clear. I just know of her. Shark girl. What elements are they, by the way? Whoa, what the frick was in that vision? Whoa, do you see the kid's vision? It's over. Okay, time to pixel peep, because there was actual information here. Okay, so shark, hydro, which means probably either meh or okay. I want the shark lady to be a 4-star because we need more hydro 4-stars, by the way, but she's probably a 5-star because Mahoyo hates doing hydro 4-stars. Okay, let's. So first of all, I mean, there's no question she's a hydro. He's presumably Dendro. But vision, watching for the vision that she had, you know. Okay, yep, shark. I mean, okay, so if like most Natlan characters are gonna come with some kind of movement gimmick, very good. I like it. We're gonna see in a few weeks here what the actual like gimmick of Natlan is going to be, at least to start. I really look forward to it. Yeah. There's a shark. I like it. It's cute. I want to see your vision. Okay, wait. Let's. It's so annoying to seek forward and backwards in these things here. 0.5 times speed. We're pixel people, I'm sorry. Audio. I just don't see anything on you, actually. Interesting. I saw no vision on them. Gee, I think you're Dendro. This must be the Dendro boy with the grapple ability. He is a Claymore. There's a signature weapon. So guess what? It's a 5-star. I'm not gonna lie, he looked kind of 4-star to me. Sorry, my boy. You did look kind of 4-star to me, but that is not a 4-star weapon. So, he has a cool design though. I like him. Yeah. So it seems like they're gonna have movement gimmicks for characters in Natlan. Is kind of, I'm guessing, one of the gimmicks of character design, which is not expected. I feel like that's something that's like yes, more characters with movement abilities I think is very good in Genshin. The more they have those, the more it mitigates like the issue of like how Genshin's movement feels at a baseline compared to like Wuthering Waves. Like I think if a new player is going to start Genshin versus starting Wuthering Waves, they would have a better experience with like general exploration in Wuthering Waves. Ignoring all the other potential issues Wuthering Waves might have, to be clear, just like on a movement ability, it feels a lot nicer. So yeah, I see no vision on her. Let's try to, okay, he is uninteresting as far as, like, yeah, he Dendro and he Claymore, and he has a grapple ability. That's all we really know. Are these all on-fielders? The movement stuff kind of implies on-fielders. We're doing 0.5. Sorry. Vision on his leg? Interesting. Why is live stream quality? The quality, it looks bad for me as well. It's not something on my end. Okay, I don't see the vision on his leg. Sorry. Yeah, I like her design a lot. Yeah, look at the vision. It's like half filled. What? What? What is this? What is this? You can use full stop. Oh yeah, I forgot there's that. I haven't done this in a while. Yeah. Just let me zoom in. Oop, that's not what I meant to click. What did I click on? Oh, I just dragged one of my windows I didn't mean to drag. Here. Oh wait, you know what? Let me turn on the background. Get some Fontaine vibes in the background. Okay. Browser window. Let me just that. This. If that's the Pyro Archon. I don't think this is the Pyro Archon. They're hiding her element. It's not a vision. What is that supposed to be? It sure looks like a vision to me. The vision is on the bunny thing. The bunny thing? Like the ears? What do you mean? Oh my god, please. Well, anywho's, I forgot. So yeah, these are probably the 3 characters in version 5.0. Which is cool. Prediction, 5-star, 5-star, 4-star. That's my prediction. Wait, she's Geo. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I remember there's a... Oh frick, she's the Geo polearm. No. My least liked character of these 3 is the Geo polearm. Okay. Yeah, I think so. Supposedly she's a Hydro Catalyst, Geo polearm, and then Dendro Claymore. Yeah, I don't know. We know nothing about their kits, so I can't really comment on it. To be clear, she might have an interesting kit, but I can't say Geo and 4-star gives me a ton of optimism. Also, here's a Treasure Hoarder Eremite variation for Natlan. So, anywho's, this girl's design screams 5-star to me. This dude doesn't scream 5-star to me, but he had a 5-star weapon. He's definitely 5-star. And this lady looks like a 4-star. And also Geo. More Geo characters good, to be clear. I hope they do something interesting with her kit. Like, Chevers has showed they can do a really good job, and they can cook pretty well with some 4-star kits. I think they've been doing a really good job with 4-star kits feeling interesting mechanically, at least, but being a little bit undercooked as far as performance for many of them. I love Sethos, but he's hard to recommend building in because he's not someone... His performance is too reliant on other characters, but so is Chlorand to a significant extent. So anyways, I don't know. She's a Geopole arm, supposedly. So, yeah. Oh, yes. Recommendations. Look, is another shark. Yeah. What's with Mihoyo and sharks lately? I don't know. I feel like someone at Hoyoverse is just like, I really like Gargura, and I want to do sharks, and they're just like, okay, what's your ideas? I got this idea for Star Rail. I got this idea for Honkai 3. I got this idea for Genshin. I got, like, this person can't, like, this feels to me like the person that is making ideas came ready. They came ready and packing, and they came packing with sharks. Sharks equal cute. I do like sharks. It's great. It's just weird that there's so many sharks right now in Hoyo games. Well, 2. 2 is not necessarily that many, but anywho's. I hope Dendro Claymore plays with Emilie. I mean, there's a good chance they will be able to. Emily's an off-fielder, just in case. Like, that's how bad Mihoyo is. I don't have my mouse. That's how bad, honestly. Barbara, wow. Mihoyo is at describing their things in game. So if you have any questions, I will answer questions about Emily's kit because Mihoyo will not answer them for you. We're gonna go do this. So Ews. Thoughts on Thundering Pulse with Sethos. He doesn't do normal attack damage. So don't. Slingshot is better. I'm pretty sure. I'm not kidding. Unless you're doing overload Sethos, I guess, which don't let me stop you if you want to, but don't expect it to be amazing. So yeah, Emilie is a really, really interesting character. I look forward to her. I will be getting her on both accounts. Like, if I get a polearm character on both accounts, you know I'm quite interested in the kit, right? Shark Water Girl has fish pupils. Nice. Very nice. So yeah, as far as Emilie goes, they didn't show anything for her. It's crazy to me that they can talk about an off-field character, right? And then not even like say things like obvious. Like, I don't think it's obvious to the average player watching that Emily's an off-field character, right? I feel like I did this one already. Maybe I did it in polearms only. So yeah, Emilie is a polearm. That was shown. See, like, no offense, Atrophobic. I think you're the average player who, like, you didn't even notice she was polearm, or you didn't watch it, right? But, like, you know, the average player would see, oh, she's a polearm, would not be able to tell that this character is an off-field character, which is very important to, like, gauge potential usefulness. Not that off-field is a guarantee of being more useful, but it makes it more likely. Emily's a good character, though. They definitely balance her in a way that they want her to be good, especially in her niche. But they also, through the beta, changed her so that she was going to be good outside of her niche. Yeah, I did the same freaking one that I'd already done. God dang it. Brain? Okay. I don't think her weapon matches are aesthetic at all. I don't know why everyone's obsessed with, like, I gotta have red weapon with red character. I gotta have green weapon with green character. I think it looks really good. Just saying. I think weapons look better when they have some amount of contrast. And that one doesn't even have that much contrast. It just, like, has blue tones that blend with the green really well. Like, I'm sorry, that's just a good like, color balance and design. I don't know, color theory, whatever you talk it. I think it's good. Does she make Arla equals Burgeon? So Burgeon is going to be up in the air. The reason being is because, like, the way that Burgeon works, right? You have Dendro and Hydro, or Dendro Hydro. You have Dendro and Pyro at a baseline, and the burning ore that gets created causes extra Pyro application. So if you want to have Dendro cores created, what you have to do usually is you have to make sure you overwrite the Burgeon ore. I shouldn't be switching constantly. You have to make sure you overwrite the the burning aura to be able to get a little bit of extra Dendro through, so that you can get some Hydro applied on a Dendro aura on the enemies, and that will let you. I should have done that last, but whatever. And that will let you get Burgeons generated, which then you can have triggered with a Pyro character. I suspect there will be teams with Emilie that will have a good balance of semi-consistent Burgeon core generation, but there's also the problem of like Emilie. If you're having more consistent Burgeons, it's going to mean. I think this actually is an aspect that makes Emilie more well designed, by the way. But if you have more consistent Burgeons, that means you're having less burning happening. Less burning happening means less potential triggers for Emilie's passive. And that means less Emilie damage, right? So she's kind of balanced in that way. And I think that's a good thing. That can balance this character's strengths in a way that does not restrict her from being utilized. But I like how I lost a quarter of my viewers after I started actually talking about the things in the game. Shows how it shows like a quarter of the Genshin audience basically doesn't care about what a character does. Just saying, not or I'm presenting it in a way that's not interesting. It's fine, to be clear. It's just funny to me. We got skip. We already went. Wait, is there a skip button in the quality of life? No, that's interesting. It's about 2 years too late for me, to be honest. But it'll be nice still for like polearms only, so I can, you know, skip stuff I've already done. But or just stories that are clearly just ugh, because they're not all great. But yeah, like Emilie is an off-field Dendro, and initially it seemed like they were going to really restrict her utility in an unfun, arbitrary way. And that's like, if you saw my first live stream on her, why I was like, she's good, but it's not that interesting thinking about her, because they made it so like she basically didn't work with Electro before. Now making her work with Electro is an aspect of factoring in, okay, how much do you gain for including Electro in a team for what you lose in Emilie's performance? Because essentially including an Electro is going to reduce her performance in some ways. You can potentially get her full no multiplier value still, and still trigger her passive with Electro on the team. It just kind of depends on how much Electro you have. So I don't know. It makes her a much more interesting character to think about. She has not zero Dendro application, but it's definitely not hated Dendro application, and it's mostly single target Dendro application. But it's also very high uptime, right? Like, I think as just at a bare minimum, I really like Emilie's kit. What? Just smack the thing. I really like Emilie's kit in the sense of her just at a bare minimum of her being like, okay, you can use this character to apply, like, to be like Dendro Traveler, but like but worse in AoE. I gotta switch modes. Like, they're worse than Dendro Traveler in AoE. As far as Dendro application goes, Emilie is. So, did you regain health? This is so tedious. Why? Oh god. Are you healing? Don't heal. So would Emilie work with Riseling and Burnmelt team? Yeah, Burnmelt is probably going to be one of her more like obvious she should work really well contexts. She should work pretty well for Burnmelt, and better than Nahida, because Nahida doesn't usually contribute that much of damage on a Burnmelt team. So what Emilie does for Burnmelt is not necessarily increase, like you will see less of a big number on your cryo unit for Burnmelt, but now you have a Dendro off-field DPS that is contributing very meaningful talent damage, which will improve Burnmelt teams significantly. So, anyways, Emilie is pretty good, and she's really interesting to think about using. So I don't know. I can answer more specific questions. I'll probably have a more properly structured stream about Emilie maybe this weekend, maybe next weekend. I'm not sure. Depends how much I prepare stuff ahead of time and whatever. So, but I can answer any questions now. She's definitely a good character, though. Is my take. And that's me. One of my primary evaluation is like, how many teams can I imagine using a character in, right? I think team versatility overall else is a core strength of a character, which means on-fielders tend to be better, but not. They say on-fielders, off-fielders. Off-fielders tend to be better, but not always, because sometimes we have Triori. They make an off-fielder that is specifically a Geo off-fielder, which is not terrible at a baseline, except they made her full damage potential be locked behind Geo constructs. Not even Geo teammates. Geo constructs. Cloran plus Emilie aggravate. But yeah, so like if you're doing pure Electro Dendro things, you have no Pyro. She's going to do a lot less multiplier damage, but she can still trigger spread. Like, she's not going to do 0 damage on a whatever build, right? And just an aggravate focus build. But her multipliers without triggering burning are not very high. Oh, there's one unknown I didn't finish mentioning when they were showing her burst. I don't know at this moment in time. I have no idea whether or not when you cast her burst, and this is really important for, because like a lot of people I've seen some people assuming is that due to you playing on a polearm account, or did you always value versatility? I mean, I started playing polearms only very shortly after
this realm,
like 3 months after I started my main account, right? This account is relatively close in age at this point, being that my main account is like 2.5 years old. They're close in age, right? So like polearms only has influenced my thoughts, yeah, but this is more my experience on what I enjoy in my main account. Polearms only is a polearms only context, but the same logic definitely applies on polearms only, to be clear. Where if a character is more versatile, I have more teams to use them in. Right? If a character is more versatile on a main account, on a normal Genshin account, it means they're likely to be more useful on a a restricted account like this account. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not talking about polearms only, and I'm not going to talk about polearms only too specifically, but I think she should be good on polearms only. I'm just talking in more generalizations of her. Yeah, like just for like aggravate though, just for spread, right? Just as a Gendro player to keep a quicken, she has infinite uptime, 100% uptime, like 22-second uptime, I believe, is her skill duration, and like 18-second cooldown. And then you can use her burst to extend the duration too. So like, yeah, there's some people that like are assuming because the burst can have a lot of multiplier damage, that it's like always worth using, and it has a low cooldown. Her burst has like a 13.5 second cooldown with a 50 energy cost. And if you're using that every 13.5 seconds, then she's perfect for Cyno. I mean, yes, except for like Emilie will be doing way less damage with Cyno. Unless you're doing like Cyno with Pyro, which might be interesting. I'm certainly going to try it. On polearms only. I don't have Cyno on non-polearms only. There might be some shenanigans for having an off-field Pyro character with Cyno and Emilie. There might. Wouldn't count on it, but like she's very good for Cyno for new waves. No, like she will be good for Cyno as an option to help where Cyno feels really bad with Nahida, because like not being able to adjust to new wave spawning without doing a full new rotation, right? But anyways, yeah, like Sharkill's Catalyst, yeah, I think I said that before. Banners, it's Navia, Nilu first half, Yelan, Emilie second half, which I think is very good if you're interested in Emilie. It means you have time to decide and time to see potential Natlan things before deciding, which is very good. I think it's actually good for the community, the players, that they're running Emilie second half rather than just trying to like bait people into wishing for the new character in the first part of the patch. So it's kind of surprising me because of that, because I think it would be smarter strategically, but maybe not. Maybe their goal is to just run her second half and drain every last Prima Gem from anyone. But I think it's gonna, the fact that like there will be more information available to players to decide better, I think is inherently a good thing. I'm not saying every character should release second half, but I think there's a significant upside to it, right? So, yeah, that we saw Yelan again before Shenhe, I know, right? Rip my Shen. Like, I have like a number of different things I would like to try. Really, I have 159 resin. I would like to try a number of different things with Shenhe, and I have to wait 1 minute. All right, sorry, I'm gonna swat here for a minute. Yeah, Chevy might be. I don't know. Chevy was referenced a lot. It would be a dick move for them not to rerun Chevrolet. Chevrolet does not fit on any of the banners there. Like, it's kind of weird to rerun Chevrolet in 4.8 versus just running her on Chlorad's banner. But Hoyo do is Hoyo do. I would really appreciate if Chevrolet was on Emilie's banner for my main account. That means I should be able to get C6 Chevy. So yeah. Well, what was I saying before? Someone help me remember what I was saying before with Emilie. I definitely got distracted. Oh yeah, there's no Chronicle Wish. Yeah, this is why I stressed in the Chronicle banner, like a video, that I was like, we have no idea when this is coming back. Do not wish in this banner unless you have enough to guarantee the character. Even if you have a guarantee, or no, you don't even get a guarantee because it was a fate point system. But even if you like don't get a 5-star and you wish like for the chance of an early on the Chronicle banner, right? You could have wished for up to 60 wishes, and then that pity will be saved until the next Chronicle banner. But LOL, it might not be coming back for a year. Oh, that's so stupid. That's so dumb. So yeah, Chronicle banner is only wish on that thing if you have enough to guarantee the thing you want, and then get out as soon as you get it. Like, it's fine as long as you're a saver, which you probably should be if you want to play the game healthily over time. But if you're just a dump wishes on the hope of getting something player, don't Chronicle banner. It depends how you wish. Do you have any tip for those blocks from the new theater mode? You gotta level. Man. The dumb thing is, I think the easiest solution, like it's a game mode that out of baseline is meant to incentivize, like, give you a reason to level up more characters, rather than leveling up and like hyper investing in a few. Except, I think the easiest solution to it is leveling up the characters to meet the requirement to start the challenge at all, and then hyper investing in characters that can solo it. That's I think the easiest solution. Just put like your best equipment, have really good builds, use certain characters that are less reliant on buffs, whatever. Like still think about the characters you're using in teams, so they're doing something like using a worse Hydro character, like using, I don't know, well Hydra's not in this thing, but as an example, like if you're using Arlecchino in the theater and Hydro is an option, having low Hydra application in the theater might mean you're not going to vape on Arlecchino's every hit, or your Hu Tao's every hit, or whatever, right? But having Hydro at all should make it so you vape sometimes, and that can be enough. Like just thinking your characters are going to do something in the team is alongside one character being built pretty well can be enough, right? That's kind of the idea, is what I would say. But that's really dumb. It's really dumb that I feel that the best way to solve the theater, which seems to be a game mode that was intended to, be solvable with just leveling up more characters, is solved by leveling up more characters because of the arbitrary level restriction. Like, it's stupid. There should not be a level restriction, because characters can be useful before they're level 70. More than useful. But anyways, level the characters to 70, and then basically you barely use them. So, like, Abyss is honestly way better at incentivizing diversifying your teams than Theater is. Because Abyss actually incentivizes you to diversify and use the characters. And think about how useful a certain character is in different Abyss contexts. Like Abyss offers so much more freedom to how to deal with it, even on like really specific Abyss cycles, like this Abyss cycle that's miserable, and really specific in what you need to deal with. Still has more flexibility for the player. But what? Oh, I was confused with the slider. Wouldn't let me slider. It's because I only had one. Yeah, the friendship thing is cool. Friendship thing is definitely cool. So, yeah. Is Nilu's weapon better on Frina than the pipe at R5? Definitely yes. Yeah, so I don't know. Like, I don't think the Nilu, like, man, doing Emilie weapon banner plus Nilu weapon would have been so much better for most accounts, I feel like. Aqua is fine, to be clear. It's just there's not that many bow characters that you have that high of a need for a generic bow stat stick. But if you don't have a generic bow stat stick weapon, Aqua's pretty good. Oh yeah, I think I didn't finish talking about Emily's ER needs. That's what I meant to be talking about. Why did I go over here, by the way? I don't remember why I teleported over here. Yeah, so Emily's energy. A lot of people are assuming her burst is, I think, more worthwhile than it necessarily is. So her burst targets in a really weird way. So it's a really short duration, like, burst of damage. I see people describe it like Ganyu's burst, but it doesn't work quite like Ganyu's burst. This is not my main account. It doesn't work quite like Ganyu's burst. Ganyu's burst will like randomly auto target things. It has kind of that same aspect. But there's specific wording in the cooldown for Emily's burst for how often it will choose to randomly target. So a lot of the like it can hit 10 times, but basically only 3 of the hits from Emily's burst are targeted within its AoE. Which means there are situations where, like, when enemies are like around you, like not grouped together, you might get more actual functional multiplier value in an AoE situation, but specifically an AoE situation where they're not grouped up as much. But it also wouldn't be bad to group them still. Like, you still probably like get value from a grouper, to be clear. It's just weird like that, in that it could get the random targeting, the hits that hit randomly that aren't targeted, that just hit randomly within the circle, will potentially be something that gives you variable value, right? At a baseline, though, like Kirara, right? Her burst. Kirara, you normally don't build for damage, right? But Kirara has like a similar burst multiplier at like level 10, this high multiplier that Emilie has at like a minimum. Emilie should always be doing like around 1200% multiplier value, and you build her for damage anyways normally, so it should be doing a lot more damage total, not like number you see on screen, than Kirara would, to be clear. But it's just weird because it could theoretically go up to like 5,000, or sorry, not 5,000, like 4,000% motion value, which is a lot. And 4,000% motion value on a Dendra unit is not the same as 4,000% motion value on like a Pyro unit, by the way. So like, don't just compare motion value to motion value. I'm like, my frame rate in my head is comparing that. Like, it's just the motion value, right? Because you're not triggering Vaporize on a Dendro, so you're not doubling the motion value when you're doing a Vaporize. 4-star prediction for 4.8 first phase. I bet Copy will be on there. I'm gonna be annoyed about it, but I bet Copy will be there. And probably someone who works okay with Navia, at least. Yeah. So point is, Emily's burst is potentially very worthwhile in some situations, and potentially not very worthwhile in others, is kind of all my point is. Because of how it targets, because of its AoE, because of its total potential damage, but also, I don't think I need that. I have, okay, sure, that's a max roll. I'll try that one. Yeah, like, it's weird variable value. And one problem I see with it, notably, is in that situation of the worst case scenario where it only gets like 1,000%, and I say only, it's still a significant amount, 1,000% motion value. has a potential problem. From what I recall, I couldn't even tell from the stream when I saw their brief footage of her burst. They showed barely anything of her burst, which is annoying during the live stream. Because when you cast her burst, it replaces her skill with her like burst turret for a few seconds. I don't know if her skill stops doing damage during her burst animation or not. If her skill stops doing burst damage, this is a 4-line, why not? You never know. If her skill stops doing or stops her skill damage during the burst animation, that could be like a 600% potentially motion value loss at like a minimum. I think is what I recall. I think it could actually be more depending on the timing, or less if you time it really well, is my guess, because it was like a 3-second burst animation. But like it's probably around a 600% motion value loss. If her burst animation, if during her burst animation she just stops dealing damage, right? I don't know yet if it is. That's something I'm gonna have to verify when I see her in game. What's motion value? The value of their multiplier. I don't know why it's called motion value, by the way. That's just what like people call it. I think it's actually probably better to call it multiplier value, because motion value is more like motion value is good for like abstracting to like functional motion value, because like the attacks on Arlecchino that vape are functionally like kind of not, depends on how much EM you have and whatever buffs going on, but they're kind of like twice the motion value because it's the pyro character that can double their damage through vaporize basically. So, anywho's, it's the multipliers. So, anywho's, her burst is not necessarily worth using every 13.5 seconds, and some people are assuming it is. I don't think it's like the notable like I don't think it's a Jeff or Jason. I'm not saying them. I'm not saying any YouTubers or notable theory crafters or whatever other people, guide creators. I haven't seen any specific creators say that. It's just something I've seen in like a lot of discussion things about like, oh, she can have this high of ER needs. Yes, she can have super high ER needs if you're bursting every 13.5 seconds. I think there's a lot of context, one wherein like you're not even going to be able to burst every 13.5 seconds, because that doesn't fit in a normal, like that would mean 27-second rotations if you're playing perfectly. And like there's not many teams where you're gonna have that flexible rotation. Arlecchino Emilie is a context where you might have that flexible rotation, because Arlecchino is goated and lets you just freely swap out and keep her infusion without having it be time based. So you would be theoretically flexibly able to switch to her constantly. And that could be a contest where it is worth building a bit more ER on her. But like to the extent that you build enough to do it every 13.5 seconds, like she doesn't have 170% energy recharge needs, is kind of my point. I don't think anyone should really be building her towards that. I don't think there's many contexts where that actually makes sense. But theoretically she could. And I don't know, I think the main context where it actually makes sense to burst with her constantly as much as possible is going to be when you're on-fielding her. And I think there's a number of on-fielding shenanigans you can do with her. Like even on Polearms only, I will probably do on-fielded stuff with Candace, right? Because doing Candace is more hydro application. So like honestly, like interestingly enough, just her being an additional Dendro, right? Because like Hyperbloom on Polearms only is kind of hampered. It's limited both by Candace's application and Yao's application, but notably Candace's application I think is actually less the problem than it is Yao's. Because Yao has like RNG Dendro application that is okay during her burst, but the targeting is still RNG, and like there's huge variation in this team core. Adding in another Dendro unit just for Dendro application is going to make it better, basically. So, if you're using Catane on Emilie, don't use Catane on Emilie. No, don't build EM on Emilie, unless you're doing C6 Bennett shenanigans, I guess. Then there is reason. So, anywho's, yeah, I think the assumption that Emilie's going to have really high ER needs is wrong. Maybe I could be wrong on that, to be clear. I think in most circumstances, though, the better bet is just going to be build Emilie with a bunch of crit, if you have some ER in substats, give it to her, which is nice. Like, don't undervalue ER. It could be good for enabling her to burst, like you do. But I don't know, and like it shouldn't be hard. Like in a lot of team contexts, right? She's going to only be able to burst once per rotation by nature of your other character's restrictions. And if she can only burst once per rotation, then her ER needs to go way down. She generates, I think, a pretty good amount of particles. I think like 8 dendro particles over a 20-second rotation. So with a 50 burst cost, it shouldn't be that hard, even solo dendro, to get her burst back, right? Not saying it's 0 ER needs in that context, but not very high. Should I feed that in? I don't know, whatever. YOLO this piece. This piece is not bad, by the way, but I have better pieces. So... Wait, that was not the piece I meant to level up. Whoops. Why did I level that piece? Herp derp. I meant to level this piece. Because you never know. You never know. You never know. 20% crit rate. Yeah. Yeah, just like that. Okay. Yep. I'm going to sleep. Your voice sounds so good. Glad I could put you to sleep. I'm kind of tired too. No, don't build EM on Emilie. Emilie has EM in her name, but don't build EM on her. She wants burning happening to get higher like multiplier damage, basically. You build crit and attack on her, basically, and like then this shouldn't be surprising based on this artifact set existing. Like this, as soon as this artifact set came out, I was like, I wonder what this means. Right, like, it was pretty obvious that she was going to be an attack scaler, because 2-piece attack %, and then she's going to like damage bonus. To be clear, this artifact set isn't, like, I'm actually not going to use this artifact set for her on my main account, at least anytime soon. Because in a lot of team contexts, Emilie is the most obvious character to put it on Deepwood. She's a Dendro DPS, so you want someone on the team on Deepwood. And oftentimes the most obvious character to put on Deepwood is going to be Emilie. So... like Deepwood, if there's no other character that makes sense to put on Deepwood and this artifact set, I believe, are very similar in damage performance, so it's not like it's bad to farm this and use Emilie on this set without Deepwood on the team. But this set will be the same for Emilie's damage as Deepwood is for Emilie, like stat for stat, basically. We're very similar if you don't have a Deepwood using this team. So basically, to actually make use and make it valuable to farm this artifact set for Emilie, you would need to constantly have that question in your mind of who's on Deepwood every f***ing time you use the character. Like on polearms only, I will go through that because I'm gonna min-max characters because it's a polearm only account. I need min-max characters to succeed. And like a good option for me on polearms only is oftentimes going to be putting Zhongli on Deepwood, which might have a little bit of uptime issues, but it'll be good enough to be worthwhile. Should my Chevreuse build? I don't remember. She might be on her DPS build from my video, I think. Yeah, she's on a DPS build right now, a 2-piece DPS build, which wasn't great. I actually should have put an ER timepiece on her, or Fav. I was hoping to get her on a DPS build to be able to solo some of the theater chambers with her. But she didn't feel great to solo without any other teammates. So, anywho's, what's the best free-to-play weapon for her? Look into, double check what the Natlan craftable polearm is before drawing any conclusion from this. Unfortunately, her polearm weapons aren't great because a lot of the polearm free-to-play options have like EM, like this weapon, useless secondary stat for Emilie. Not the worst, theoretically, to be clear, but yeah, like it's okay. If you have it and it's like already leveled up, don't not use it. I'm not sure how like a Catane with like a really invested build, I'm not sure how Catane compares to Blackcliff. I think Blackcliff probably would be better just as a stat stick. If you have a deathmatch, like that's not free to play, right? But if you have bought in one battle pass or you think it's worth it to buy one battle pass for deathmatch, this will make it a lot easier to balance her overall stats. Gets some attack %, has a bunch of crit rate. She's a crit damage ascending character. But yeah, like Dragon's Bane, not theoretically worthless passive because opponents should be affected by Pyro a lot with her. But unless you're doing C6 Bennett shenanigans with on-fielding her, the EM is basically doing very little. I intend to potentially mess with it and see what it'll be like when I on-field her with Benny. But, you know, this weapon is probably the most okay one as far as total stats it gives. It gives, you know, a total like 65% attack. The EM isn't doing much really at all. It's not technically doing nothing, but, you know, it just gives them enough stats, and like if you have it, it was an event weapon that you might have already had, right? So like it can be pretty okay. But there's also a good chance, like if they finally make an attack percent polearm craftable within a decent passive in Natlan, then, you know, that might be better, right? So watch for that is what I would say. And then basically any like Jade Spear should beat Deathmatch, I think, at a Deathmatch R1. As far as generic stat goes, other than the fact that Deathmatch, I don't know, there still is value, I think, to Deathmatch making it a lot easier to balance your stats by giving so much more crit rate than Jade Spear. Jade Spear's passive will do nothing but the high base attack and just crit rate. It makes it... well, Jade Spear will not do nothing when on-fielding her. Like, I suspect Jade Spear on-fielding her with Bennett will be better than Dragon's Bane, right? So, anywho's, and I'm curious how fast she will trigger this passive when she's on-fielded, by the way, because you can get the stacks every 0.3 seconds. Her skill, when it's in its leveled up state, hits 2 times every 1.5 seconds, but it's not simultaneous 2 instances of hits. It's like 2 little beams that happen really close to each other. I suspect they hit less than 0.3 seconds away from each other, but either way, it shouldn't only take a few seconds to max out this passive if you're on-fielding her, which is cool. She doesn't snapshot or anything though, so it's not like worth to use this to like build up the passive outside of when you're on-fielding her. So Homa is obviously Homa. Scarlet Sands would be Scarlet Sands. Scarlet Sands again might be like an on-fielder option, like gives some value to building EM. Like, I don't know, there might be funny like the reason EM is not worthwhile, right, for Emilie is like she will be triggering the burning reaction. But the burning reaction, she doesn't buff the burning reaction damage at all. So, like, Chevrus buffs Overload, you know, because she does Pyro Res Shred. And, funnily enough, Chevrus buffs Burning, theoretically, if you're against an enemy that has a Dendro Aura on them. Yeah, when you're doing a full Electro Pyro party, right, she gives Res Shred. Pyro Res Shred, when Overload is Pyro damage, that means she does increase Overload damage, right? Emilie does not increase burning damage at all. So the like value you get from the burning damage itself is not very high. And yeah, it means like if you spec into EM on, if you do like a really EM heavy build versus a crit focused build, or more crit and attack focused build, you're just gonna like lose a lot of damage value from her. Versus specking into crit, but it could be an okay early game option or a lower investment option, like, to be clear. So EM isn't worthless on her, particularly at lower investment, for just getting her to do something, right? Just having Pyro on an enemy, doing Emilie Dendro, having some EM on her will cause some damage over time, burning damage, right? And that could very much help you in an overworld if you're struggling. So it's not valueless, is my point. And so there's potential high investment shenanigans with doing, you know, a hybrid Emilie, I guess. This is actually the first time I was seriously thinking about it. I'll jot a note down. So maybe, but like, yeah. I don't think it'll actually be worthwhile. But maybe again when I'm on fielding her, when she can actually like, because when you're on fielding her. The idea with on-fielding her with C6 Bennett, right, she's applying Pyro that can do some mix of helping keep up burning or triggering vaporizes, like if you're pairing with her with Farina or whatever. Like I think on-field Emilie with C6 Bennett will be one of the more compelling ways to use her, because she has very high motion value for an off-field character that doesn't snapshot. So you don't do what you do with Bennett with Shungling, where you cash Emilie's skill in Bennett burst. You just don't do that because there's no point. When she's off field, her attack will go. Her damage will be based on her attack without Bennett buff, right? But if she's on field, you just do Bennett on field things. You get a massive attack. Like her damage contribution to the team becomes very significant with her on field with Bennett. And then you could like use C6 Bennett to get additional pyro application to be able to make sure you can trigger burning consistently if need be. Usually you don't need significant extra pyro to keep it burning, to be clear. But you know, that is a context though in which like maybe because of the fact that if you're using Hydro, Dendro, if you're doing Emilie, Dendro, doing Farina, Hydro, doing Bennett, Pyro, you're gonna have some Burgeon cores generated, and there's potential for vaping on Emilie's normal charge attacks, potentially for triggering Burgeon, and then the burning damage too. Makes it so like Staff of Scarlet Sands hybrid build on fielding, there's some shenanigans. So yeah, Staff of Scarlet Sands continues to be my favorite weapon in the game. That's all I can say. And she should be able to trigger this passive very easily. So I don't know. I think it has fun potential, but is not necessarily what most people are going to do, right? And as a base stat stick for giving a bunch of crit and, you know, whatever, it should be probably better than 4-star options. Fav is not going to be bad, by the way, because, like, again, she doesn't have necessarily super high ER needs, but she might have a little bit of ER needs in a lot of teams, and this also benefits your energy for other teammates, and you're building crit on her anyways, and it has high base attack. Like, it's actually one of the better options for her, so. Anywho's. You have all 4 stars at C6? No, not on Poems only, sadly. I don't have Toma C6, or I believe Rosaria C6. Rosaria C4 in particular would be nice for energy reduction. C5 would be pretty decent, and C6 would be if we want to do physical memes. Toma, actually, like, his C2 would be nice, his C4 would be nice. I tried. I did like 20 wishes trying to get Toma C2. I tried. I can't believe it's Toma. I'm sorry, Toma. I want more, but obviously his burst and skill talent just make his shield a little bit more tanky, which would be, again, not bad. C4 would be really nice for reducing his ER needs, and C6 would be nice for making him a little bit of a buffer for, you know, like Arlecchino more buffing or whatever. Well, Arlecchino doesn't really need it, to be honest, but, you know, doing, I don't know, like one thing like Emilie with Hu Tao, I think, like don't undervalue. One thing that's interesting about Emilie, right, to think about, is how normally like a normal Hu Tao team, right, would be something like Hu Tao with Xingqiu, right? You're doing, most people do vape Hu Tao. So, you know, something like this. Pretend it's double hydro, I guess. I think there's a meaningful potential to doing Emilie instead of Hu Tao, instead of a Hydrian here, right? Like mono pyro, it's like basically just doing mono pyro Hu Tao, right? And this makes it so like because EM is no longer relevant on Hu Tao, in this context, then you kind of have the same problem with Emilie, where like, okay, now you need not EM weapons for Hu Tao, which if you have a Homo, that's great. But, you know, like, point is, like, think about the equation of what, like, ignoring the defensive utility, just on like a damage contribution level. Obviously, Xingqiu has a lot of value as far as defensive utility and interruption resistance, whatever. But think about on like a damage contribution level. What Xingqiu does for Hu Tao is he makes it so she can vape, right? That's increasing your damage by increasing your team's damage, largely by making it so your Hu Tao deals more damage. It's more of a hyper carry focus where you're using a unit for their synergy for your on-fielder to make the on-fielder do as much damage as possible. But as far as like damage contribution goes, right?
I'll take good care
Imagine that's Emilie, of course. If you have Emilie's own motion value being added onto the team, but you're subtracting the additional functional damage you get, like you're getting additional damage through Emilie, you're subtracting some additional damage you get from, you know, Xingqiu, right? Will that be quite the same? It really depends on your build. You would change your Hu Tao build to do this. But again, notably, remember I mentioned briefly in the stream, Emilie enables Marshal Say Hunters. Now, this would actually be a context wherein I would not use Zhongli, because Zhongli would prevent Marshall's hunters. So we're not going to use Zhongli's shield here. But let me... There's some crabs over here. So we have... Oh no, we have Shimanoas. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to change artifacts right now. The point is, you get Dendro, you get Pyro, and you get Burning, and like... Well, no, these are over here. But, right, Hu Tao's HP already changes when she drains. But then Marshall says is not usually that reliable on her because she doesn't have any further drain, etc., etc. Well, Emilie means you have reduced burning damage, so you don't really have to worry about the fragility aspect nearly as much. Like, not that you're not going to worry about it at all, but it's going to be... The vast majority of the damage is gone that you would normally be concerned about in a burning team. And like, so any character, right, that is kind of hugging enemies can have Marshall's enabled on Hu Tao with the burning going on. This would mean not using a shielder though, right? Because Zhongli would prevent the damage from happening, which means no Marshall's triggers. But yeah, I mean a character that can enable your on-fielder to use this set, like, it's not as universal as Freena. It's not just using Freena in the team means using Freena in a team means on-fielder uses this, basically. It's not as simple as that. But yeah, like that's a potential really significant value gain from like Arlecchino and Emilie together. Emilie, like, Arlecchino loves to hug enemies, and like it's a big problem with Arlecchino Burgeon is she dies. It's just really fragile, and the main variance in actually it being fragile is not the Burgeon self-damage most of the time, but more and again, I don't know how well Burden is going to work because of the weird equation of like how the elements apply. Like, I would not pull Emilie specifically if you're like, I love the idea of Burgeon working a lot better. She's not specifically tuned towards Burgeon being a lot better. I think there will be team combinations that work for Burgeon with her. I just don't know exactly what they'll look like. It might be pretty specific team combos. It might not be Arlecchino Burgeon, right? It might just be Arlecchino Burning, right? Arlecchino Kazuha Bennett, Emilie, something like that, right? And that equation, by the way, since Arlecchino doesn't vape every hit, like every charge attack, like Hu Tao vapes every charge attack, that means like losing a Hydra unit for Hu Tao is a lot bigger loss for Hu Tao versus losing a Hydra unit for Arlecchino. I suspect Emilie, I'm pretty sure Emilie, like I really like doing Emilie, Arlecchino, Candace, Bennett, Kazuha on my main account. I really love how the Candace Arlecchino synergy works, but I think there's a good chance that in single target situations, to be clear, one of the big strengths of Candace Arlecchino together is being able to vape in AoE. But in single target situations, I suspect Emilie will be better than Candace. Like, it's the same team, but replace Candace with Emilie. Like, Arlecchino will lose some big vape damage, but it enables Marshall's and allows her to be able to allows the team to have its damage diversified rather than fully focusing on Arlecchino. And I'm pretty sure Emilie's damage contribution will be larger than the damage value lost from vaping on Arlecchino, or it'll be very close because of the fact that a lot of Arlecchino's damage doesn't vape anyways, right? Do a DPS Shivers nuke showcase. Not right now, I'm not in the mood, sorry. Maybe this weekend if you remind me. So yeah, like enabling Marshall Sanders though is a pretty big deal. Right? Like it could mean that like Staff of Homa is better for her than her signature weapon. It's gonna be close because like this gives a low enough amount of crit rate that it shouldn't be that hard to like as long as you're not overcapping crit rate. It's not like this weapon is bad on Marshall says. But yeah, like do Staff of Homa, you could reach like the 300 crit damage builds, right? With still having at high investment, you could get near 100% crit rate and 300% crit damage on a Marshall says build on an Arlecchino, a crit damage ascending character with a potentially crit damage weapon, right? Like, yeah, Marshall says Emilie enabling Marshall says is a pretty significant deal. Like I haven't seen many people mention that. It's a significant aspect to her that you should not undervalue. Yeah, I don't know. I really look forward to her. So, anywho's, I feel like you have a favorite child as account, and it's Candace. I mean, it's because Hydra's really important, basically. Why? Oh, because my team's deployed. So sue me, but my actual favorite child is her. I'm sorry. for polearmors only, she's my favorite child. She like, good God, the amount of like the I can't stress enough the degree to which Chevreuse just instantly enabled so many more like strong team compositions. Like, oh boy. So anyways, does Cloran's HP fluctuation affect Farina's skills? Yes. Any HP changes affects Farina's. So, yeah, I don't know. Emilie's an interesting character to think about using, basically. And at a baseline, an off-field Dendro damage dealer that can be used for generic Dendro application, right? Like compared to Dendro Traveler, if you're just like using them for like quicken uptime, gonna be a lot better. Because you can actually like realistically spec them into like Emilie into spread damage, even when she's not spec'd into talent-based damage, because she does way less multiplier damage if you don't have any pyro with her at all. So not recommended for making the most value out of Emilie's own kit. But if you need to if you want it for like that convenience of having Dendro application between like multi-waves, like Emilie would be the difference maker between like chamber 3, the first chamber on the first half for Sino, right, with the 4 waves of enemies. Like Sino would probably go from feeling with Nahida because of needing to end a rotation to tag enemies with Nahida again, to feeling really good with Emilie, is my guess. Assuming you place the thing in the right spot, but it has a big enough AoE you could basically just plop it right down in the middle. So, anyways. Should I get C1 Farina, Navia, Yelan, or wait for Natlan? I mean, Yelan would be depends on your hydros and your account. And how much you like her. Obviously, it's always a factor. Navia is 100% on how much you like her character. She's a good on-fielder. She can do good front-loaded damage. I was really disappointed that Chiori wasn't that compelling of an off-field option for her. Chiori's not bad for her, but it's just not that. Like man, why Chiori doesn't get how? Why did they do the construct requirement, man? It's still Chiori is still one of the more compelling like 4th teammates for Navia, but like I don't know. I feel like if I had Navia, I would use her most boring team most of the time. I don't know. I would probably end up using Farina variants most often. I'd probably just end up doing like the reason I didn't get Navia is because like the only thing I could think that I would actually want to use her in was basically my Noelle teams, but with Navia instead of Noelle. And I really like playing Noelle. So like if I'm gonna play Geo things and like do Farina, Yelan, Geo unit, and then, you know, either Animo or like I use Yunjin to buff a lot. I use Yunjin a lot to buff Noelle. I prefer that with Noelle. Like Yunjin doesn't make sense with Navia. I mean, it's not useless technically, but so I don't know, right? Like the teams I can conceive of using Navia in are pretty boring. They're fine. They're good. She's a good character. But like Navia is very much you can get value from her if you want her character. I like her I like how they designed her. I think she's a worthwhile unit if you like her. But there's not much reason to get her if you don't like her, is my impression of her. So, you know, and why the new character design's kind of mid? I don't know, I really like the shark girl. The Dendro boy is kind of boring looking to me. No offense to him. He do kind of look like a 4-star. So does the child. But so, anyways, Pyro desperately needs a renaissance. What do you mean? Pyro is like one of the most diverse elements for doing different things in the game with it. I'm sorry. Like, if you think Pyro needs a renaissance, it's because you're not considering the many fun ways you can utilize Pyro differently. Like, embrace the shenanigans with Pyro is what I say. And Emilie is part of that. Is embracing the shenanigans, right? Like, Jeff hates fun. I'm sorry. Like, I haven't seen his updated opinion on Emilie, but it wouldn't surprise me if he still didn't like her. So, which I think is crazy. I have C6 Arlecchino on polearms only, yes, not on my main account. Just still can't. Why? This was dumb. This was especially dumb with Emilie coming out. I want to emphasize that. Like, this was really dumb. This is not that useful. I would have had C3 without spending any money if I had done everything the same. But also, even with the spending of money, I shouldn't have continued wishing as I did, because it would have been more valuable to save the wishes that were spent on getting to C6 for Emilie. Right? Like, it's gonna be like I should have enough to guarantee Emilie. I should. I think we have like 20 pity. You know, you need 150 wishes to guarantee, and I don't want to spend money again. I don't want to. I still am conflicted how I feel about the money on Arlecchino, but since I've realized, you know, since I looked at the numbers and I was like, okay, I would have ended up with a C3 Arlecchino regardless if I had done everything the same, but hadn't spent money, I would have had C3 Arlecchino, right? Or C4. I can't remember which one. It doesn't really matter. C4 itself is not important. Point is, I should have enough to guarantee, which is good, but also, like, it would be nice on poems only to, like, have extra wishes for her weapon and whatever. We'll see what happens. It's very likely that when Emilie's banner comes, I will end up doing farming again for the chance at her weapon at the very least, right? Like, I would like to at least go to 1 pity on Emilie's banner, so I might do a grinding stream again, trying to get to pity on the weapon banner. If we don't get it, we don't get it. Oh well. So, anywho's, I don't intend to pull for Emilie weapon on my main account. I don't think I have enough weapon options to make her usable. Only downside is, like, now I have Homa stuck to Arlecchino, so it's really basically just Jade Spear or Deathmatch for my Emilie. As generic statistics go. Actually, no, I have Skyward Spine too, might be useful in some situations. I don't know. My Emilie build situation is not great, actually, on my main account. I've been trying to farm Deepwood. Speaking of, I should do that before I end the stream. I mean, I'm done. I've been just doing nothing on the homes only, right? Yeah, I did that. I think we're done. Yeah, okay. I'm done with poems only for the day. Let's do the single pull from this. Wow. Let me log on to my main account. Strongbox and Deepwood Gilded is coming soon. Yes, but not when I may need to make Emilie videos. I might have to go with 2 pieces. It's gonna be the I hate characters that feel like they want 4-piece sets. It's so annoying. Oops, wrong button. All right, give me a second while I log in. Yeah, considering Natlan, I don't think it's worth Emilie's weapon. On my main account, I'll probably do like a what does X amount of dollars video get you on Emilie's banner. So depending on the 4 stars, I guess I might actually go for the weapon because of that. But I think I'd rather have Emilie Constellations on my main account than anything. Although at the same time, I don't really want to end up with Emilie C2. Yeah, it's a little bit too strong. Emilie C1 is interesting. It doesn't. Emilie C1 is strong if you're specifically doing double Dendro with Emilie, which I like because that means like I can be like, yeah, this constellation is most notable in double Dendro context. So when I'm not doing double Dendro context, it doesn't affect my Emilie's performance significantly. Versus C2 does. C2 is free Deepwood. So you know, like the Deepwood problem I was talking about with her. It lessens the need for Deepwood significantly. And I also don't want to have the desire of farming her artifact set. So like, yeah, I just like I don't want C2. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do exactly, but the reason I am comfortable with spending money on that is because, you know, I know I have enough Primo Gems that I don't need to save. I don't need to spend money to get Emilie, right? But I'm trying to save Primo Gems for Shenhe in particular. Like if I'm making what does X amount of dollar videos get you, which usually are just a business cost for me. Like it's for Genshin videos. When Paimon's Bargain sponsors them in particular, it's not that hard for me to make my money back. Like I have to get like, I think it depends on the time of the year. But I'd say to break even, if I'm spending like if I'm spending about 100 with Paimon's bargains discounts, I'm spending about like $160 on those videos. And to break even, I think I have to get around 30-40K views. It might be slightly lower than that. It might be slightly higher depending on like the ad revenue for the season. But like it's enough views that like, and that with how like the Koran video, for example, I don't think made me much money, like very little. But it did make me zero money, and I didn't lose money, and to be clear, I didn't spend money on my account in that one. I spent it on my moderator's account. You're welcome, Sapphire. Hopefully you're enjoying your Koran. Yeah. So, anywho, the point is, like, I'm saving these gems is for Shenhe. That's my point. So, yeah. And I kind of want to get C1 Shenhe. And I want to get C1 Shenhe. Like, if I can get C1 Shenhe without spending any money, I'd be very happy. Because then the reason I want C1 Shenhe is to make hybrid Shenhe better. It might be kind of almost straight up necessary to make hybrid Shenhe competent. We'll see. But I don't know. She also is like never gonna rerun apparently. So lol. C1 Emilie. C1 Shenhe is just an extra skill. C1 Emilie, if that's what you're asking. C1 Shenhe doing an extra skill. Its instance of skill damage is quite important. For the hybrid Shenhe shenanigans that I want to do, for triggering the passive of Staff of Scarlet Sands more consistently, but also getting more buff uptime. So yeah. Anyways, I'll get Emilie on my main account. Is all that really matters. If I get C0 Emilie, I'm more than comfortable with that. I don't really want more than C1 though. So, in the circumstance of getting overly lucky, like I sometimes do, I might actually switch to weapon banner, but like I don't really want the weapon that much on my main account. I'd much prefer good luck on polearms only for Emilie's banner, for sure. So yeah, 4 stars are unknown. C1 Emilie though, what is it? So I don't remember the exact phrasing, but at a baseline, I think it like says it increases her skill damage by like 10%. Which is not that significant at a baseline. But then it has the other aspect, and this is more important. Well, good job, Clever Trainer. It has the other important. I can finish wording. It's fine. The other important aspect, from what I recall, it's she gathers sense more quickly. And gathering sense more quickly means more passive triggers. And more passive triggers is a potentially significant multiplier increase. But I do believe that is dependent on having a second Dendro on the team. So when you're using a second Dendro teammate, from the calcs I did, and as long as C1 hasn't significantly changed, it should still be mostly the case. It's like, so double Dendro doing like, I don't know, Nahida, Emilie, some Pyro, whatever, right? You get it, right? Doing double Dendro should make it in the neighborhood of like a 20 to 30% DPS increase. It's a pretty big range, I know. I just don't remember what it was, but I know it was in the 20 to 30% range, which is quite large for most constellations. And like C1s. But again, that's double Dendro specifically, which is why I actually like it more, right? It's a way to like, oh, okay, you can change up her team variation, but it's not like an insane DPS upgrades always. I like more conditional constellation things. Why did I have to go here? I don't think I had to go here. Oh, I need to go do the, yeah, okay. Well, I guess I was just doing dailies anyways now. How many dailies did I do? I can't even tell. I did 2. Okay. So, I didn't need to do that. Whatever. That completes probably 1 for me, right? Yeah, okay. And then I'll do 1 more, I guess, since I'm already here. I'm Oh my god, 16 crit rate. What? Oh, on Festering Desire. I see. Farina is an ideal Fav user, not attack scaling, needs ER, crit rate ascension. Indeed she is. Not also, you're missing an other important thing that people often don't realize. Like, either some mix of multi-hit skills, or AOE damage is also good in conjunction with the things you mentioned. For Fab users, right? And Farina has 4 hits. No, sorry. She has, if you do E into Q, right? Farina has, you summon her summons. All 3 of them hit very shortly, but her skill itself also has an instance of hydro damage, right? And so that's 4 hits just from her skill alone, and then her burst also has an instance of damage on its own. So she literally has 5 instances of hits, 2 of which have meaningful AoE. And the crab has a decent AoE too. Like, she's kind of the best Fav user in the Fav sword user in the game, I think. I'm not even joking. And like that AoE potential is kind of important. One of the reasons like why Fab Kazuha can be as good as it is, where you don't even need that much crit rate on Kazuha to trigger it pretty consistently. But Farina gets crit rate anyways, right? So yeah. Emilie ascends with ER. No, Emilie ascends with crit damage. What? How did you take from my conversation about Emilie that she ascends with ER? No. That whole conversation was that Emilie does not need as much ER as some people are assuming she does. Because I think the contexts where she has meaningful ER needs are going to be relatively rare due to the variation in the value her burst actually gives. And also, I still am not sure if you lose motion value or not. Like, if her skill stops firing during Emilie's burst animation, like Emilie's burst animation, right? Her burst doesn't start dealing damage until the burst animation is done. But her burst says on cast, it replaces the thing with her burst version. And from what I recall of the original footage I saw from leaks, Emilie's burst made it like I stopped hearing hilly trails getting damage taken when my brain might have fabricated this memory. I could not find the footage when I tried to look back at it, and I didn't save it, which is stupid on my part. But like, from what I recall, Emilie's skill sounded like it stopped hitting enemies, or maybe it was just out of range or something. I don't know, right? It sounded like Emilie's skill stopped hitting enemies during the burst animation, which is a significant multiplier loss. And makes it so that there's situationally reasons not to use Emilie's burst at all. We're not necessarily at all, but you're never going to need to prioritize using it, basically. Because it's not going to be that much additional. Like, it'll probably still be worth using. But it'll depend on the team. If not using it means more field time for another character that can output more damage, like, it might be more worth doing that, right? So, anyways, like, her burst is really interesting in thinking about using it, but it's not always worth using, and it's definitely not worth building 170 year on her for the very few contexts where you would potentially even want that, which I don't think are very common, because I think the main contexts where you actually want to burst every 13.5 seconds on Emilie are the contexts in which you're on-fielding her, which are notably contexts where if you're on-fielding her, her energy needs should be lower because you're on-fielding her. So, like, the only context when she has, like, really high ER needs is when you're off-fielding her in a team that wants to burst every 13.5 seconds, which is not very common. So, in fact, it probably almost never. Sack's not worth it. C6 DPS Farina is a gimmick. Yes, I agree. I mean, Sack could still be worth it for the healing, actually. It'd be a not terrible option because it gives the ER and gives you a force. It gives you, I think it gives you additional. I don't actually, does Sack even trigger her C6 again? I don't remember. It doesn't matter. It's Farina. I think Farina C6 is boring. No offense to anyone that like, has it or anything. Like, if I wasn't making content on it, I don't maybe I would go for it eventually, because like, I don't know. I wouldn't be against the idea, not of whaling, but against the idea of like trying to slowly get to C6 Farina over the course of years. So like, you know, 4 banners, like two more Farina reruns from now, getting C6 maybe. But I don't want it to affect the content I create. And yeah, but yeah, this is bonkers. This removes any healing requirement. She becomes like the best team-wide healer in the game. Maybe not the best necessarily. If you built her for healing, I do think she becomes the best healer in the game. She has the potential to be the best healer in the game with C6. The additional damage for it barely matters. Yeah, the damage value from that is just whatever. Doesn't bore me, but because I use her specifically as a healer buffer solo slot, so I can make wacky teams. And that's why I would consider going for it over time. That's what I was talking about. But it would affect my content, so I don't want to. I never want it. Unless Mihoyo adds Farina C6 is one of those circumstances where like Mihoyo is honestly losing them opportunity to make money from me by not letting me toggle constellations, right? But like honestly, even if I wasn't making content, I think I would want to turn it off sometimes, just to be able to like, you know, be like, yeah, I've been playing with this team. I do have Farina constellations, but here you go, random person on social media website. Here is my Farina at C0 because it just lets me like, why can't you toggle it? I mean, it's just gacha game. And the reason they don't let you toggle it, I think, is pretty obvious. Actually, it's because if people could toggle it, they could actually see how little constellations are doing sometimes, which could give some people hardcore regret for the money they have spent, right? If it becomes easy to see how little some of those constellations do sometimes, and you had to spend $1,000 to get them, then it makes it less likely they're going to spend money in the future. I think that's the obvious reason. So I don't think they're ever going to do it. But also, like, Mihoyo, you're actively losing money from me. So, anywho's, yeah. Am I genuinely not know how to do it? I don't think that's a problem. I recall no, I don't believe that. I don't think that'd be hard at all. I do not believe for a minute that unless there's some hardcore absurd spaghetti code going on, I don't think that's hard at all. And my evidence for that is like, we literally have like trials where like characters will have like constellations in their trial versions in the story quest or whatever else. Or you can use trial like if I use a trial version of Farina, it should be a C0 Farina, right? And that means like, I can play Farina on my account technically without constellations if I'm using a trial Farina. Like, it's in the game code to let me use a variation of Farina with and without constellations enabled. I just don't have control over doing it when I want to. So, anywho's, like, I highly doubt it would be that hard. I think, and in fact, I'm relatively confident it would be a task that would take the programming work would not be hard at all, I suspect. Like, it would probably take more time to design the UI element for turning off constellations than it would to do the programming work, is my guess. And like there would be more bureaucratic work of like implementing a new feature than there would be in the actual like programming work or whatever. So anyways, my crit ratio in Farina, it's not ideal, but it's fine. It's close-ish to 1 to 2, right? Actually, no, it's almost exactly 1 to 2. I'm dumb. No, wait. No, it's not. No. 75 crit rate would be 1 to 2. I lied. It's close enough. It's fine. It doesn't even matter. It's Farina. I don't know. I don't think Genshin has that much spaghetti code. It's a pretty well optimized game. It could be because it's existed for so long. You know, tech debt, blah 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 blah. But no, I don't know. The fact that there's already different variations of the same character that exist in the game, that have constellations enabled or not, is evidence, I think, of it. I probably wouldn't be hard for them at all. Like if this was Wuthering Waves, I'd say, you know, spaghetti code is a compelling reason they couldn't implement it, because like Wuthering Waves did that thing that I saw on my live stream, right, where I used the character, like it showed like level 0 character because like I didn't have the male version of the main character when we were in co-op or something. Like it was just horrendously bugged. Like they absolutely have enough spaghetti code. I could see them having that excuse. But, yeah, I'm using Key of Cautious Suit. Gives her a whole lot of HP. It's the ER timepiece and HP Gooblet. So, yes, and Hydra Resonance. I already finished my dailies, right? Yeah. Okay. I think I did. Did I? I don't know. I think I'm about done with stream. Any more questions, I guess, about whatever? I don't know. I'm gonna go. I don't know. Should I? I kind of want to talk about ZZ in this stream, but maybe I'll save it for this weekend. I don't know. I'm not gonna do. I don't think I'll do a ZZZ specific stream, to be clear. I might do. I was gonna make. My plan for this weekend is a poems only video, and then it was gonna be Al Haytham video, but I might make a ZZZ video instead. So poor Al Haytham. I dislike the boy enough that like he's like, now that I've missed his banner, right? When I knew this was gonna happen because it just took too long to level 90 him and the timing of when I got him and whatever, etc., etc., and the struggle of him trying to be useful in an unconventional way. Like he's just getting sidelined forever now. I'll make a video on him eventually. But someday. Like it's a video I can pretty much pull it on my butt and record and like it's probably one of those videos that I'm just like, what am I gonna do for a video this week? Well, I can just record, I guess I can do the I'll Hate Them video, and it's probably not gonna perform very well. Especially with I'll Hate Them not even on the banner. I don't even think it would have performed that well with him on the banner. Because I don't know. It might be. I don't know. Like, point is I can record, edit, and like finish up the I'll Hate Them video probably in like one day, relatively quickly. Without having to plan it out too much more than I already have. Like I've done most of the work for it with testing him already, etc., etc., and planning it out at a baseline, very simple outline level. So it's just really easy to make. But anyways, Seabell has been 5 years. That's a name from the past. So anyways, the longer you leave it, the more you can title the video. My most neglected character. True. So anyways, we should go whack on Deepwood, I think, and get the last piece I need for like having a decent. I'll be able to have a decent 4-piece Deepwood build, kind of regardless of getting this. But I would like to get a crit damage circlet, ideally for my Emilie, because it's likely that I will either stick to Jade Spear or Deathmatch as a generic stat stick option for her. The green stick would be more ideal, but a more annoying stat-wise build for like a generic build to balance the crit rate. So, hello, lovely Q. What does WSP stand for? Why so poignant? Right, that's what WSP stands for. Why so poignant? I don't know. I don't know if I've ever really called myself a poignant individual. I don't know if I can properly define the word poignant, but I like the word. You stop. Stop. What's up? What? Okay, no, alright. I'm a fan of abbreviations. I love using abbreviations for times when they're useful. Okay? Like, IIRC, if I recall correctly, is I think a super useful abbreviation. What's up is not long or hard to like type out. Why? What? WSP? It's like, is it that hard? I know I feel like I'm like boomerang, like you're just lazy, but like I use abbreviations all the dang time. But like it's usually for like 3 words or more. WSP to me implies 3 words. That's literally 2 words. I guess, okay, no, it's technically 3 words because English stupid with you know, apostrophe S is technically what is up, but no one, it's actually 2 words, right? It's what's up. That's like 2 words, right? No one actually cares to type the apostrophe. So WSP making me think we should pee. Yeah, exactly. See? Stop. So, anywho's, what is up, I guess. I don't know. I was talking about Emily when we watched the stream, and it was one of... I'm very glad I woke up like 3 hours early for this. Hey, it'll let me be slightly more productive today, because it means I'll have to do the codes too. I will not be as distracted by other things, I think. WSP is the same amount of letters as sup. Yeah, I know, but like... Man, I could type in what's up really fast on my phone. Versus... I don't know, whatever, it's fine. It doesn't matter. I'm just speaking aloud and be like... Is a weird one in particular, because... What's... is basically one word, right? So... I don't know. Like it's a 2-word abbreviation, and it's a 3-letter thing. Like that to me is an incongruence. That's I think actually the main issue with it. It's what's up. It's like what's up should be WU, not WSP, right? I don't know. It feels not correct to use it like that, but it's fine. It's fine. I just... Yeah, this is a weirdo one. This is a weirdo one. Well, they should add Topaz to Genshin. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see them do something like that eventually. Well, or like add it in a Star Rail character, I mean. Or vice versa. Because they seem to... Oh, you beautiful game. Okay, that's one of the pieces that could really help me for Emily. My existing attack time pieces for Emily weren't terrible, but okay, I should not throw that away. That's a bit risky. I would like to just throw that away. Oh, do I have the fodder though? Oh boy, I don't know. Please, this is like the Emily piece basically. Please don't roll poo-poo. Oh, I do have this. Let's go. I forgot to level that up. This is, like, I want to acknowledge, this is a 4-line piece that has rolled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It has 6 lines of stat value, level 16. I think you should keep this. I just don't think I have a use case for it. And I think I value it more as fodder right now. Yeah. I think I value it more as fodder. But let's see what the last line is. Oh no. Oh no. But no. We're gonna have hope. We are... Get it to level 16. We are putting in... We are not garbage in, garbage outing, right? We are putting a good artifact in, and we are getting a good artifact out. Let's freaking go. Yeah, sweet. Low rolls, by the way. But I will take low rolls over defense rolls. Those are actually very low rolls, right? But, whatever. Let's see what the last line is. Let's see if it lets us down at the end. It did not. Oh boy. Okay. The low roll made it up for there at the end. But yeah, like, with not, like, what was it? It was 12.1. This is actually beautiful for me because I had an issue, I think, of not having enough crit rate. So I really, really like pieces that are heavy in crit rate, especially on a crit damage ascending character, right? But anyways, 15.9 divided by 5, that was an average of 3.18. So yeah, that low roll average significantly. That, like, this piece at a glance looks like it high rolled, but it actually low rolled a lot. And I think the 12.1 was closer to minimum roll average. Yeah, the 12.1 was below 3.1 average. So like I think the 12.1 was 3 minimum rolls and one 3.1 roll or something, or maybe 2 3.1, 2 minimum rolls. But it made up for it at least at the end with it helped a bit with that max roll. So anyways, that's like a 36 crit value piece. That's very, very good, and it has ER, which is nice. I can safely get rid of this piece. So what does my Emily build look like? I need a crit damage ascending character. Well, here we'll just Arlecchino's is easy to swap back to. So, let's see. I don't know what amount of ER I'll end up putting on her. Didn't I have this other piece? Because I could actually get a better flower still. Yeah, that attack percent one. You never know. I don't have a double crit attack percent thing yet, so, and I still don't. That's fine. I have enough double crit options. It doesn't really matter. Right? I have this if I need the ER, and then I have. I mean, this has some EM. It's yeah. More notably, I think this is probably the most compelling option right now. So let's. Why is Eula on that piece? I have no idea. Don't worry about it. We'll do that. And then I had this piece, which this piece has a very high, like this is a really, really good piece for Emilie. As far as like the damage value goes. Three like high, or not necessarily high, but 3 attack rolls, 4 crit damage rolls, 1 crit roll. This is a very, very good piece. Was this a 4-line? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this was a 4-line. 4-line with no bad rolls, right? Is very good, but as you can see here, right, I didn't have very high crit rate substats in other pieces, so that really, 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 really actually helps me balance out my build. And then I got this Dendro Goblet recently, and part of the reason so anyways, I have 2 options for Dendro Goblets. 2 options for goblets. This attack percent goblet is not what I would prefer on Emilie, but with Farina in particular, I don't think it's that bad. And especially consider attack percent goblet if you're using her signature artifact set, where she has even more damage bonus going. It's kind of like attack goblet on Fischl potentially, but would prefer Dendro Goblet for more situations, right? And I recently got this goblet, which is very good. And yeah, obviously, this is an onset goblet though, with similar crit value, and might be better because of it being onset, especially because of the fact that here's my Deepwood circlets. You might be like, wait, but what about a crit rate circlet? I mean, yeah, I have, yeah, I just, the game no likey giving me Deepwood double crit circlets is what I would say. So for now, let's put on this on her, right? And then put this on her. So what do my stats look like with, let's check, what am I doing? Check Jade Spear first, because it matches, and high base attack crit rate, baseline is not bad. Yeah, see, this would be, like, I would really be happy with this build if I had a circlet that had, like, 2 crit rate rolls, right? And this is without this being fully leveled, right? So it'd be more like 200 crit damage. I'd be really happy with this build, but yeah, imagine though before I got this piece, right? Because the previous piece I had was this one. Like, this is why I was kind of like saying earlier, like, my Emilie build, my main account wasn't looking very good, because like, boy, like, it was looking like I was gonna have to run crit rate weapon with crit rate main stat circlet. Now with this timepiece, I can pretty confidently run. It might still be a bit scuffed if I don't get a crit damage circlet with crit rate, but you know, I don't know. It won't be dysfunctional. It's just she's going to be a little bit inconsistent with this kind of build. It's not an ideal ratio for sure. There still is compelling reason to use a crit rate circlet over a crit damage circlet, I'd say, on this build right now. Like it's kind of either or. If I got a crit rate circlet with a bunch of crit damage, very much worthwhile to use. Like to simulate the crit ratio. Like let's dream and say I got like a really good Deepwood crit rate circlet with crit damage substat. Probably not that good. Let's not cope that much. Man, my circlet luck is just really not that good. You know what, fine. Let's just consider a good, but like nothing crazy circlet like this. 2 attack percent rolls, 3 crit damage rolls. Pretend it's Deepwood, right? It's green. And then, right, like this is actually very good. I think crit rate circlet with Jade Spear is actually almost ideal for my situation right now. So, you know, maybe I'll go with that. I do like consistency. But yeah, it's good. I have flexibility to get either crit circlet, but that's why I'm farming Deepwood. I have this. If I need to, this has 2 lines of relevant value. The ERs again depends, but it's something. I have this if I'm hardcore coping with a crit circlet. But yeah, I just need a double crit circlet value, please. That's all I'm farming for now at this point. Or better flowers, but that's not that important. Otherwise, I'm going to be relegated to... Let's see, what do I look like if I use the attack goblet? First of all, switch back to this. And then switch to this. This would let me do an off piece. So, I mean, okay, yeah. If I do the attack goblet right now, I can do an off piece. I could do... Where's the eyes? Yeah, I could do this, right? Like... Okay, that makes me really sad that it's not 200 crit damage. But a 92 crit rate Emilie with 198 crit damage is pretty... Ooh. Like, yeah, and again, this would be specifically, though, like, this probably is a lot worse if I'm not using Emilie with... Well, I don't know. It might not be that much worse, honestly, just in a generalized context. So I might end up sticking to this most of the time on Emilie, realistically. It would be more satisfying to my monkey brain to use the high CV Dendro Goblet, right? Even though this is still very, very good. Oh, I wouldn't necessarily use this circlet, to be clear. And this circlet will probably be stuck on Yai. I was just using that as an example. It's more likely I would do something, again, like this one or whatever, right? 92 crit rate, 184 crit damage. Something like that. Or, of course, I can do... crit damage, crit rate, 10.9, yeah, that's something, yeah, I don't know, what does this look like? Yeah, like that might be something I do instead if I want just big number go, so I don't know, but I would like to use the not onset goblet, but if I have to use the onset attack goblet, I don't think it'll be that bad. I'll probably test it. It's very good that I have this to at least test, so it can be another example of showing the difference between the value of a damage bonus versus attack. And like she's a character that normally won't have significant, like she doesn't have Bennett buff when she's off field, right? So that means the relative value of attack goblets is actually higher on her than normal. But she's still going to be a little bit lacking in damage bonus, I think. Such that this should be worse than a damage bonus goblet. But if I don't get a good circlet option, this is probably better, right? Just because, yeah. This is a much more compelling amount of crit compared to the same amount of crit damage, but with, yeah, whatever. I don't know. I'll have to mess with it, is my point. Let's put Arlecchino back to her build, though. That helps a lot, is all it really is. This helps a lot with actually making for a balanced build on her. It gives me so much more flexibility. So I appreciate that game. You're doing me a solid. That makes this, like, I was thinking I wasn't going to be able to use this versus, like, having to, like, go to have more crit rate. I don't even have anything else. I leveled this up last week. Like, okay. So, anywho's, thank you, game. Thank you very much. I now have a lot less reason to have so many of these pieces saved up, but anywho's. No, wait, whoops. No, not that. There we go. What? Oh. Yeah, okay, don't forget the feather. Derp. Alright, there we go. There we go. What? Oh, yeah, weapon. Weapon. I also have this thing, which, this, yeah, again, actually, that timepiece helps a lot with giving me more flexibility to use Skyward Harp. Like, if I need the ER, high base attack gives some crit rate, and it's passive gives some ER, if that's relevant. So, like, Skyward Harp will be my solution if I need more ER. But Skyward Harp would, of course, be definitely using a crit rate circlet. So, actually, for flexibility for weapon choice, I actually think I would almost prefer crit rate circlet now. Yeah, I don't know. If I can get a crit rate circlet with 3 crit damage rolls and some attack percent, I'd be very happy with that. So either or. 37 crit damage on that flower is insane. Yeah, I don't use it, but I'll probably find a use for it eventually. I might actually be able to use it on Yai once I get... Well, I might be able to use it on Yai right now. I just don't feel like mucking about with things too much. What would it even let me do? The problem is this is a really, 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 really good piece on Yai. I know that this looks a lot better, but it's not. It is better, but losing the attack percent is kind of not ideal for me for how I like to use Yai in so many different teams. Like my preferred pieces to replace are the Thundering Fury pieces on her, not the Glad pieces or anything. But I don't know. I might muck about with it eventually. If I had another compelling crit rate circlet option in Gladiator, I would consider it. Nope. Yeah, this is my main account. Okay, so I think I don't know any more quick questions about Emilie, whatever else. I don't care. Otherwise, I think I'm gonna get gone. I could really show you. I could show you the state of my ZZZ account very briefly. I don't think I'm spending much time on it. If anyone's interested, I guess. I haven't tested if ZZZ plays well with OBS, but I think it's fine, presumably. Have you seen Venti Airfire? Yeah. Venti Airfire is situationally pretty interesting. It's one of the things I would definitely use him for if I had him.
This route.
Doing Emilie in that context is one of the situations wherein the rare situations where Mihoyo saying that her skill does AoE damage is technically doing AoE damage, because the Hyper Bloom sized tiny AoE would be doing damage to multiple enemies when they're squished together in a black hole. But they have to be enemies that can be yoinked by Venti, right? So it's pretty situational. Emilie doesn't have any kind of AoE cap. It's just like the AoE on her skill damage is Hyper Bloom AoE, so not really AoE. The AoE on her passive is much more significant. By the way, her targeting is not random. It's like official targeting, so it's like the nearest enemy to the turret, I believe, from what I could tell, unless the behavior changed. And that means her AoE potential, like if you wanted to, like Yai has the advantage of like in AoE situations, Yai can get more damage out, especially if you're doing like Yai and Nahida together, where every enemy has a Dendro on them, and Yai's random targeting, it doesn't prioritize the nearest enemy, so it targeting, enemy to the left, enemy to the right, enemy a little bit farther away, means you can trigger Aggravate every single one of those, versus if it's always targeting the same enemy that's closest, she's only triggering Aggravate on like one of those 3 hits, right? And that's a pretty significant damage upgrade for Yai in AoE situations, and it's why like EM timepiece can start to be worthwhile with Yai in AoE. Yeah, I should buy these, by the way, but I'll just save the rest. I need the monies, I think. So, are you watching the Euro tonight? What is the Euro? Yeah, no, I remember when they changed Yai's targeting. I was definitely one of the people who was like, why the fuck did you do this? I like how she worked before. Freaking. That was the, like, one instance. I still point to that as evidence of, like, Mihoyo does listen to the community, because there was a loud vocal minority of people really upset about how Yai's targeting worked. And like criticizing it, and they changed it. They didn't say they were changing it because of the vocal minority. They said they were changing it because, oops, we accidentally made it so Yai's targeting didn't work as intended. No, they intended it to be random originally, and they just they changed it to target nearest, and then they reversed that because everyone that actually was using Yai and actually enjoying her was really annoyed by that. Like, God, it made her so awful to use. So, anywho's, is Emilie a DPS or sub DPS? What does that mean? Like, damage dealer or sub damage dealer? Like, sub DPS means nothing. I'm just saying. Like this game operates in terms of characters doing off-field things or on-field things. There's a reason I specifically always stick to that language. Sub DPS means nothing. Like the only thing that the only way that sub DPS starts to make sense as a term is as far as like your own personal investment level. Like a character that is contributing the majority of the damage on the team would generally be considered as the main DPS, and the character that's contributing less of the team's damage will be a sub DPS. But like the way that Genshin's dealing damage is like Farina's damage is coming from the nuance of like Farina getting, you know, well, wait, no. Oh, in this team, Farina's kind of entirely buffing herself, but no, not entirely. Like she is getting damage bonus and from healing, right? Or the extra HP in my case with C2, right? So I have healing going. Like that means functionally, Farina is not just reliant on yeah, Farina is kind of the main DPS in this team because she's the majority of the team's damage. But even then, like most people wouldn't even consider Farina the main DPS in this team because she's not on-fielded, right? Like it doesn't make sense, in my opinion, other than like to evaluate damage profiles. And the damage profile is going to depend on your level of investment on an individual character relative to your other characters, and it's going to depend on the given team. Like, it's a pointless term. So sorry. Anyways, starting to be a butthole. She's not an on-fielder. She's an off-fielder. She can be on-field, and she can get more damage from on-field with Bennett or whatever. Why did I come here? Why did I teleport over here? I have no idea. So yeah, she's primarily an off-fielder. And that makes, and she's Dendro. She has some Dendro application, and she can do pretty meaningful damage. So she's gonna be pretty decent. Is my guess. So, anywho's, most people would not call Emilie a main DPS because she's not on field, is what I would basically say. Why is it so foggy? It's so foggy. I like fog effects though in games. They're great. For some reason, the entirety. That's my like two main complaints about ZZZ is how it looks kind of washed. Like it looks eternally foggy almost, like with that effect of like making it look like a little bit dull when you're just like sitting still and looking at things. In motion, the game looks really nice. Like the game is meant to be more of a motion is the art style kind of game. Like when things are moving, it feels and looks really nice. But then when you just like do the typical game thing of like stand still and look at a screenshot of a landscape, you're just like, it doesn't look that good. Is my feeling. But I think it's intentional. What I don't understand is why there's no like brightness or gamma toggle in ZZZ right now. Like, I think if I could just turn down the brightness a little bit, it would actually make some of the things look a lot better. Like, it's a little bit like Wuthering Waves was, right? Wuthering Waves had a brightness toggle. I'm like, oh, wow, Wuthering Waves looks a lot better if I turn down the brightness. Anywho's, did I already say hi, Eleanor? Hi again if I didn't. Hi again to Eleanor. Welcome to your first stream. I think you asked the wrong question. Does Cloran changes in Bond of Life stack with Trina's Fanfare? No, the Bond of Life doesn't, but she heals. Like, as Urivik is saying, she clears her Bond of Life and heals, that does, right? So it's not necessarily going to be immediate, but she has enough, like, fluctuating HP stuff that you can do, like, healerless Farina teams with her and get no value out of, like, Farina in the team. Especially if you're doing, like, Cloran with Nahida on Prototype Amber and Farina, right? Like that is one of the compelling things about Cloran. But yeah, the Bond of Life itself is not affecting anything. There's a chest here that I've never gotten in Mondstadt. It's probably one of those ones that so there's a few chests in Mondstadt. Either it's possible I just never gone here. It's a weird little corner. Here, let's do a poll. How exciting! So this chest is either 2 Primo gems, 2 Primos, 5 Primos. My bet is 5 Primos, personally. And the reason I bet 5 Primos is because this is where, like, the myth of the respawning chest came from, by the way. Chests don't respawn. But there are chests in Mondstadt and Liyue that only show up after you get to, like, a higher AR level. So I think it's 5 Primos. I don't think it's because it's near Dragonspine. It's possible it is. That might be actually what happened. It might be when they added Dragon Spine, they added new chests that. But yeah, anyway, I know I played enough Genshin accounts that I've actually seen for a fact. I've seen chests that weren't in slots before that they appeared after I reached a certain AR level. I don't know if there's a good documentation on where these chests are and which ones that. But I think it's just like a specific AR threshold spawns all of them. So my bet is 5 Primos, but it very well this is a tucked away corner. This very well could be a 2 Primo chest that I just never came here in my initial like experience playing Genshin. I did a lot of exploration when I first started playing. I didn't like fully clear Monza or anything, to be clear, but I mean I'm at 99% in this area and 100% here. I don't know whether this chest counts towards Wind Whale or not, but you know, you get the point. Oh, I was wrong. It was just a sneaky hidden chest. The hidden 2.5 year chest. Those 2 Primos will be very valuable. Well, congrats to the 50% that voted 2 Primos. I was wrong. Is Baiju better for Dendrop and Chlorine to aggravate than Yaoyao? Probably. I don't like relying on Yaoyao. My experience relying on Yaoyao just to keep up Quicken is not. It depends on the balance. If you're doing Hydro, as soon as you start bringing Hydro into the mix, which I really like doing Quick Bloom things, and I think doing Quick Bloom things with Chlorine is probably pretty compelling as well. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't recommend it that much, but it's not gonna be worthless, right? It just can be awkward sometimes. Is my experience with using Yaoyao. If you're just doing pure aggravate, right, and just doing like official Chlorand, Yaoyao, and Kazuha, right, for swirling or whatever, or Sucrose for swirling Electro. And then Yaoyao's not going to be that different, I would say, from other Dendros, other than what the other Dendros' damage contribution can be. And if you just want a healer to help keep the team alive, like she's a pretty compelling option there, is what I would say. And Yaoyao versus Baiju there is not going to be meaningfully different. Baiju should probably be still slightly better, but not crazily. And Yaoyao could actually be better in AoE, but Chlorine's a pretty single target focus. Like Chlorine Fischl is a pretty single target focus core in the first place, so it's like, yeah. So that doesn't really matter that much, I think. So Baiju would be better, but not significantly in that context. But when you start factoring in Hydro, Yaoyao's quicken up time tends to be pretty awkward, oftentimes. So I would recommend, especially if you have Frina on the team, yes. I would recommend Baiju, I feel like. Baiju is really useful as a unit to have in general for Frina, in many different contexts. It's just like a thing where like you can throw Frina team, Frina's own damage bonus is like valuable, but then it's like, okay, who do you put in as a healer? And you can put in Baiju, and Baiju's Dendro application is such that like he's not going to make it so you're getting an insane amount of Dendro reactions, but like you'll get enough that it'll be something, and it won't be useless, right? What's an example of a team I could do? I mean, honestly, like you know, doing the Frina official core, right? Like Baiju at a baseline just enables the official to aggravate kind of thing. But even if you're not using Electro, or using an aggravate DPS like official, you're just doing Hyperbloom things or whatever. Let's say you're doing actually a context of like where this is kind of the same thing as with Frina, but without Frina even. Like I've done when I was playing Nuvilet, I did like Nuvilet, and then with Caesar and Nuvilet, you want Rainbow, right? Unless you're doing with Frina, you want a Rainbow team comp. So I'm like, okay, who do I put in? Well, you can do your Animos for trying to swirl, but like having to swirl, when you have only Nuvilet as a Hydro, it can be kind of awkward to swirl. So like a lot of times I was just doing like Kuki Baiju for two like brain off element options, right? And like it's not like he was there for any aggravate buffing or whatever. He was just there because it was an additional Hydro reaction and then a little bit of additional Hyperbloom damage kind of thing. So yeah, use. She needs burning or damage tanks. Yeah, Emilie's personal damage contribution does tank if you don't have burning happening. And she wants burning happening with some amount of consistency to get her full damage performance, but it doesn't mean she's useless in the context of including Electro on the team. It's just like, anytime you're going to introduce an element, be it like Hydro to do like Burgeon things, or Electro to do Aggravate things, like, those are contexts where Emilie can work. Why is there just missing grass here? Emilie can work, but weakening the burning aura means potentially less triggers of Emilie's passive, which means less damage from Emilie, right? So there's a give and take relationship, and I think that makes her a pretty well balanced character. Because if she could just like have her multipliers for free, like all the time, like her motion value, but all you need to do is trigger burning once and not think about it, she'd be a bit too strong in too many teams, I think. Whereas she actually has a lot of nuance to thinking about using her, but that does mean notably, like, for a lot of players, if you're not just doing the simple teams with her, like you're not just doing, I don't know, like a Arlecchino, Kazuha, Emilie, Bennett, right? You're not just doing a more simple format burning team that you don't have to think about much as far as like the uptime and whatever, or timing of things and how the application is like overriding the burning aura. Like, there's teams where Emilie will feel inconsistent, basically, but that doesn't mean she's not valuable. So, anywho's, I like her. There's a diverse set of teams, like, and she gives more compelling reasons for people to do things with burning, and I hope it makes the player base realize how burning can be used, because it's not a reaction that has ever been like, oh, use almost ever, basically, other than like air fryer shenanigans. You almost never spec into burning specifically, but it's what you can do with burning in conjunction with other reactions, right? El Burndo. Yeah. Get him, Sijuin. I think Farina killed everything. I was hoping the bubble would kill something. Yeah. Okay. I have anything else to do on this count today? Should I use my transient? You know what? We're gonna use my transient because I need to use my resin anyways because it's early in the morning and normally I log in at like noon. There we go. Normally I log in at like noonish to do my dailies and stuff, right? So that means I think if I didn't use that resin, I might actually end up capped, and that's sacrilege. But also, we got lucky already this stream with an Emilie artifact. I only need a crit circlet now. Surely. Alright, and if I get this, then I can move on to actually properly pre-farming for her. I would have been completely kind of screwed over, by the way, in pre-farming wise, if she had been first half. So, I'm glad about that, for me personally. A lot more time to pre-farm is good. I assume Albundo would be, so Albundo I assume is Albedo, Emilie, probably whatever pyros you want, kind of, because Albedo can be off-field. But I don't know, is it something you want to on-field? You could on-field with C-Stick with Bennett, your Albedo, that'd be funny. Geo Girls 4-star? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was my prediction as well. Wait, no, I think it was actually said. I don't think that was even a prediction. I think it was literally said. I don't remember. If it wasn't said, I don't know. She definitely gave hardcore 4-star vibes. But I would also have said that at Sijuin, so, you know. But, assuming all three are in 5.0, which seems like they are, yeah. One of them has to be a 4-star. I sure hope they aren't releasing... What? Like, EM's not valuable on Geo. Will it ever be? Yeah, I'll look at my Geo goblets. Albundo team piece, yeah, true. Oh god. What do I have for Geo goblets? I basically never use Geo DPSs other than Noelle. So like I have her Anza goblet and I have this. Like, I should probably keep that technically. But also I have these, like, you know, it's fine. You know what we do? You know what we do with these? You take them to level 4. and it doesn't roll crit, and you say no. The gods have decided. I mean, attack was the second best line there, but the gods have decided. I should be Siege Wing scaling first before I do things, but whatever. Cloud Retainer is here just for overworld stuff, by the way. Cosmo would be meaningfully better for team DPS. Sure. Don't think I need that. There's a dream. There's a dream. We got a circlet. We got a crit circlet. It doesn't have crit substat. Yeah, I really wish shields stacked in this game. Like crystallized shields on top of other shields. It would make them so much more useful. Wow. Such are dreams. They live and they die. Okay. I'm not using anymore. No more. I will save my fragiles. Yeah, that was a circlet. I kind of want to level the crit damage circlet that I have, because like if this rolls heavily into attack percent, even with the scuffed crit ratio on my Emilie build, this could be compelling enough, right? So you know what, I'm gonna feed this piece. It's not that much loss of XP. I think it'll be fine. All right. I definitely don't need this anymore. Yeah, no, I don't need that anymore. I mean, it's still decent, but like the only situation I would use this on Emilie is if I somehow get like, you know, a crit damage circle with 15% crit rate, right? then maybe, like, I'm not gonna hope for that. I have terrible circlet luck. Times 5. Wow. I'm not gonna throw it away until I get another crit circlet. But that is a artifact of all time. What I wanted there was like all attack percent. It has 2 ER rolls. If the ER is relevant, it could be not bad, to be clear. Like it's an option. But I suspect doing my attack goblet with a better off piece circlet would be more compelling, right? I think. How often do you play Genshin and stuff on PS5? Basically never. The PS5 was not a worthwhile purchase. I just never prioritized playing games on it. Like, ever. So, you know, I played a bit of God of War on it. Both of them. And technically I played Genshin on it, but not very much. Like, my PS5 mostly gets used. My PS5 mostly gets used. I live with my brother, right? My PS5 gets used for my brother to play Genshin most of the time. That's my PS5's primary use case. It's fine. I would use my PS5 more, I think, if my brother didn't use it for Genshin, to be clear, because like it just sits in the living room for him. I would keep it just in my, like, under my desk as another device connected to my display, right? So I could use the PS5 whenever I felt like, and I could even like record from it or whatever. I have a capture card. I have recorded some PS5 stuff in the past, but it's too inconvenient. I have to like move it upstairs and whatever, and it's like, so I just don't use it. I just don't use it. So the best team for Ningguang is a DPS. Probably Chiori, Ningguang. I'm trying to think with Freener. I think Chiori, Ningguang, Freener, Bennett. You probably need to like do some swappy shenanigans with Bennett. 4-piece Maidens Bennett might be compelling with the C0 Freenet at the very least. You'd have to mess with it. But a healing focus build on Bennett at the very minimum, right? It's probably one of the strongest options I think you could see from DPS Noelle. Like Chiori would be a compelling option there because Chiori's off-field damage contribution would help diversify the team's DPS significantly, and she synergizes with the Geo construct that Noelle generates. Like I think, and also like Chiori's cooldowns actually like line up pretty well with Ningguang's abilities. Like Ningguang is one of the main characters that I think actually benefited the most from Chiori's release. Why don't they use Noelle? Probably because they like Ningguang. Crazy idea that. Like, I don't know. I might do DPS Ningguang eventually. Like, there's no reason I couldn't just like do it right now, right? But it's one of the reasons like the freaking level cap annoys me in the Imaginarium Theater, right? Especially with it being level 70. Like, the difference with it being Seifer's level 70 is quite significant, right? Because like it takes like 2 days worth of resin and quite a significant amount of more in Heroes Wits to level to 70, like from 20 to 70. It takes about a half as much from what I saw on Poems Only when I was trying to watch it to level to 60. And like the difference between a character being useful at level 60 and level 70 is potentially significant. Really depends on the character. But something like a Geo DPS, right? If I'm trying to like do Ningguang DPS, like she doesn't need to be level 70 for me to like use her in theater, right? And be competent. Like I could do Farina, Bennett, Ningguang, put her on Mar Sussies, give her, you know, this or this, and like she'll be usable, more than usable. I don't know, right? Like it just annoys me that they have the level cap thing. Like the level cap thing makes it so like I would have gone from like, hey, if there's Geo in an Imaginarium Theater, that incentivizes me to do something like take the time out of my day to go and do inventory impact. Be like, okay, what do I want to do? Let's see. Ningguang is interesting. Let's see. All right, spend 30 minutes doing inventory impact, and then see how Ningguang is. Instead, no, they force you to level her up first, and do inventory impact. And don't have any real structures in there that like make it particularly fun to like do something like that, right? Like again, I think they could really use something as simple as a buff in theater that like reduces skill cooldown, right? So you could spam Ningguang's skill, you know, same thing like I talked about spamming Amber, I think before, Amber Baron Bunny, and then you can constantly shoot Amber Baron Bunnies with C2 Amber or something. I don't know, man, right? Like, there's so many really simple things I can do to make it more interesting and less just, do you have enough characters to start the challenge and then have invested enough characters that can solo without any of the characters that you may have leveled up to start the challenge? That's what it feels like right now. I mean, it's kind of rough. Have you done stuff with Noelle Farina? Yeah, I've done quite a bit of Noelle Farina. It's one of my more... It's how I would prefer to play Noelle anytime. Like before Farina, Noelle was a character that was kind of, you know, reliant on the typical mono Geo supports to a not insignificant extent. And not that like you don't get value from the typical mono Geo supports still. Like if I ever get C6 Goro, what is he? I think C4? No, C5. Like I will probably try, I don't know, it's only 20% crit damage buff though with only 2 Geo units. I don't know. It might be more valuable than Yunjin on average, especially in conjunction with a little bit of healing, maybe. Doing double Geo, double Hydro. I do like that core, but I just have to be in the mood to want to play Noelle, right? So anytime I think some kind of Geo incentive comes back, I'll play her again more, I think. But yeah, she's a really fun character. And I have a very good Mar Chassays build. Like she's one of my characters I leave on Mar Chassays pretty permanently, right? If you've noticed me like going on my videos switching around artifact, my Mar Chassays pieces get swapped around a lot. So like Noelle's not always on the same artifacts depending if I need her artifacts and someone else, but she is a character I use I leave built so I can use her if I want to. And it's a little bit easier since she's a defense scaler, right? But you know, her artifacts aren't as needed on other characters, so that helps. Because obviously I ain't switching this to anyone. But anywho's, playing Ningguang really effectively is still kind of high scaling IMO. Yeah, I can see that. You do boss on Wander, Corin, Kuki, Farzan, and save Arlecchino for the last two. Are you talking to someone else? I'm guessing. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, I really enjoy Noelle with the Marshal's build. This is with a Serpent Spine, by the way. Anyways, going to pull for any of the 3 characters. Talk about 5.0. That's a good question. Like, the Dendro boy, I am a little against the idea of. Not because I hate him for any particular reason, but just because, like, I don't want another Dendro DPS, another character that wants to be level 90 to level up. Especially in conjunction with the fact that the Hydro lady is probably going to be someone who wants to be level 90 if she's an HP scaler. But like, she gave me vibe of, like, she's supposedly a Hydro catalyst. Like a Hydro 5-star catalyst with shark theming. Like, if she starts, like, if that little shark that she's riding on is something that she does, like, with her normal attacks, I can't not get a catalyst character that starts throwing sharks everywhere, right? Like, that's what I'm envisioning. So, and I also really liked her design. Of those 3, I think hers was the strongest design. The 5-star, the girl from the teaser is not going to come out in 5.0. I mean, they're probably... There's 3 characters rumored to come out in 5.0 right now. We're not going to find out for sure in a couple weeks. It's possible that they're not all coming out in 5.0. But the current rumor was that there's 2 5-stars and then the 4-star. And that there was a Hydro Catalyst, Dendro Claymore, and then a Geo Polearm, and the child character was a Geo, and then the dude was a Dendro Claymore, and we saw that. And then the lady was Hydro. It lines up with the leaks pretty well. So, you know, anywho's, also, like, somehow I'm sure this Geo character might end up having an interesting enough kit that I might want to pull them. Because, you know, DPSing 4-stars is kind of my thing. I like doing that. I enjoy it. She's probably a character that won't take that much investment to DPS, theoretically, but it really depends on her kit. Boy, is the bar low for Geo 4-star. Especially for, like, a C0 for Geo 4-star. But hey, I mean, if she's like a Geo healer, a 4-star Geo healer, that's pretty compelling. At a baseline, like, imagine 4-star Geo healer with you know, not a large amount of damage, but just like one instant. At least if she has like a high defense scaling multiplier or something, like defense scaling healer with, like, you know, when you activate her burst, it does like one instance of like a big defense scaling multiplier where it's like not like she contributes a lot of the team damage, but if you spec crit into her, you can see a big number and it'll be satisfying. That's kind of all I asked for. That could be a really useful character. So we'll see. Like she could be a compelling unit. But I suspect if they're making a 4-star Geo healer, she's going to be like build 200% ER dot character. Yay. Yeah, she has a construct too. That would be nice. That could because that would, right, a construct on a 4-star Geo healer could mean you could do like a Farina, Chiori, her core, right? And then whatever the frick DPS you want. That could be pretty compelling. I agree. That could be cool. So, yeah, I don't know. For my personal interest, the Hydro lady. So, I liked her design. Sharks. She's a catalyst. Like, if she can start spitting sharks everywhere, Sharknadoes, whatever. Like, I can't not, right? You're still optimizing your Arlecchino team. What Arlecchino team? The Candace team. This one. You're talking about a different one. I played a lot of different Arlecchino teams. You're talking about this one. I mean, I could still, like, play it. I've gotten pretty used to it, like, to a degree wherein, you know, I can do, you know, this chamber pretty speedily, right? Like, it's usually like I play this team and I'm optimizing it in a specific chamber in Abyss. So yeah, like I haven't tried to get anything faster than I think like the 45-second clear that I've gotten. I might be able to. Cat. We get a cat in a hat next patch. Somehow that was the most meaningful thing in the stream. Other than the Natlan stuff. The most meaningful thing they announced for the next update was cat in a hat. Just saying. But yeah, like one of the interesting thing with like the timing and like fast rotations of the fast rotation potential, and this is something that makes even the single target performance of the Arlecchino Candace team really compelling. Where am I blind? There she is. I am blind. Jesus, brain. Is you can do no skill Bennett, right? With enough ER, which I think my Bennett has enough ER for this. And then you have to wait just a second before you do that. I should have swapped with Candace there, but it's fine. Oh, okay, well, I goofed. But right, basically the one of the main skill optimizations is just playing things timing wise optimally, because you can rotate so fast in this team. I pressed the cube by accident instead of 2. You can rotate so fast in this team that you can get to Arlecchino before her thing is done cooking, right? Brain, why do I keep it in the wrong key? Oh my god. Right. See, I was back on Arlecchino. Let's see if I can show the improper thing there, right? If I do this. No, I did get it. Okay. Well, I don't know. It's good that like the timing lines up that closely, to be clear, so it's not that hard. But I have had instances where let's do this to get a reset. Rotated too quickly and then got only 30% bond of life absorbed, which is not ideal, to say the least. Wanted to group her.
Where do you think you're going?
Oh. There we go. Not bad. 48 second. So yeah, it's just getting more. I mean, like the rotation is not hard. It's really just a timing nuance thing, and then being smart with your Candace application. It's like most teams wherein like you need to adapt more to the situation before, right? So like optimizing this team is optimizing on a per chamber basis, right? And this one, it's down to, you know, how you optimize the enemy spawns largely, right? Like knowing whether or not it's worth it to like do that Candace swap versus just trying to like hammer down on enemies. Also, of course, you know, dealing with the movement patterns of these things. Theoretically, I could probably kill these two very closely together, but those things are just like annoying to group, and I don't feel like doing it.
Where do you think you're going?
Oh, why, brain? What? I swear to you, I was trying. Okay, if I hadn't gotten stunned there for like 2 seconds for some reason, I don't know. That was some fault of my brain, and the game interrupted me at the worst moment possible when I tried to switch to her and tried to do a charge attack, and then it just, like, I think I held down the mouse as soon as I switched to her to absorb the bond, but I got interrupted like right before the game took my input. But anyways, like this level of optimization doesn't really matter on my account. It's just like I enjoy the team enough that I optimize it down, right? It's fun to see how fast I can do it. That's what I think is enjoyable. Tends to be about good teams, like much stronger teams. Is all right. If it's strong, how strong can it be? I got a little bit unlucky with some crits there. But yeah, if I kill these at the same time, right, if I don't have to continue doing normal attacks on those, I think I could potentially clear in towards 40 seconds with everything going ideally, including grouping these. These is also another important factor. Being able to trigger vapes on these two ladies at the same time is a pretty significant difference maker, right? Like that fast. So you can see, like, if I had killed both of the third wave, the two dinosaur boys, that probably would have been my record clear, right? Oh yeah, you need C6 Candace to do this. So yeah, it's unfortunate. That's always kind of been my ultimate conclusion. Candace is, even before, like, you know, right, was primarily a compelling use case at C6. Mihoyo completely boned over this character by not putting C6 in her base kit. I maintain if this C6 was in her base kit, just for the Hydra application utility, people would really, really, really like Candace. Just as being a decent, interesting Hydra option. Yeah. Also, oh yeah, and another part of the skill expression, which isn't really relevant in this Abyss site. Well, it's relevant against, like, the Magu Kenki chamber, potentially. But, like, in the previous Abyss cycle, against, like, the triple Kenkis, whatever, I was using Candace skill a lot. So again, it's, like, particular to the situation. But Candace can block a lot of the damage, right? She can help you tank damage that might otherwise, like, one-shot a character kind of thing. And you have reason to swap to her anyway sometimes for, like, reapplying Hydro, etc., etc. So, I don't know. It's a highly satisfying team to play to me. It's, I think, the fastest rotation team that I've ever played. And there's nuance to, like, using Arlecchino's burst to reset her skill cooldown sometimes, to be able to force reset a rotation, because, like, sometimes you'll just kill enemies, like, you know, with 10 seconds of a skill cooldown too fast, and you're just like, okay, instead of continuing doing normal attacks here, should I just burst and then, you know, do her E again and then restart rotation, right? Like, you need to use her burst as a heal and a forced rotation restart. I don't know. It has a lot of, like, interesting dynamic with that versus, like, Elon is just, you know, you have the longer burst animation, and it extends the rotation to a point it's just, like, always plays the same. And it's single target focus. There's no nuance with, like, the fun swapping and defensive utility from this. Like, I don't know. You know, like Zajef, like, has a absolute hard-on for Sing Joe's defensive utility, but then refuses to acknowledge the defensive utility of something like this. Like, I'm a dude. Yeah, whatever. Anywho's, but yeah. Yeah, I wish her C6 was her base kit. Was in her base kit. It's Mihoyo's greatest crime. Anyways, would better artifacts make a difference on Candace? No, it doesn't really matter. She can do not zero damage, like on an emblem build. Like, oh, you have not the correct circlet, I think. Wait, maybe that is the correct circlet. Oh, I know what happened. Yeah, Dia took your timepiece, that's why. She had way lower crit rate than I was used to seeing her have. It's fine. She was getting her burst back, obviously, so anyways, this is more ER than I think this needs. But anytime you don't have Candace's burst back, though, it could be annoying, right? So I don't mind her on this. She still triggers Fav reliably-ish enough, but that's also definitely helped with my R5 Fav. Most people I'd probably recommend just doing a... You're not losing that much of Candace's normal attack damage buff by doing a crit rate circlet. So if you're going to emulate this with your C6 Candace, the easy path is just crit rate circlet, have a bunch of ER, do HP goblet. You can get away with HP timepiece with enough ER substats. Like, I could probably do HP timepiece. Do I have an HP timepiece? Yeah, like I could probably do this timepiece and it probably would be fine, I'm pretty sure. But we're talking a relatively... She gets, like, what, 3,500 more HP. So I think that's, like, every 1,000 points of her HP, so that's 1.5% more normal attack damage bonus. Like, it's not zero, but versus just the comfort of having energy up always, like, yeah. So, That's my vote. ER HP crit or ER HP if you're feeling frisky like me. So, anywho's. And having more HP has the advantage of making this more tanky, right? You can take more of a hit from that, because that shield scaling does scale on HP, right? Shield damage absorption is 22.8% HP plus 2700, so you know, so can eat, what is that? It's like 8,000 damage you can eat, right? Which is absolutely enough to eat attacks that could one-shot some characters. To prevent them from being one-shot. So, yeah. It's an Illuminati shield. I mean, if triangles are Illuminati, sure. I guess. If that's your thing. Alright. I've rambled enough this stream. Thanks for watching. It is like 10 a.m. I need to figure out what I'm doing for ZZZ. Or if I'm doing Alhaven. I support Bennett, which is ERB. Depends on the team. I'd recommend as much ER as possible on Bennett. Like, in a team like this, like, having this much ER on Bennett is not necessary. But, if you didn't notice what I was doing there, right, I was not using Bennett's skill. I was getting 0 energy from his skill. I was completely relying on, largely, the particles from Arlecchino's skill. And unfortunately, and this would be easier to do if you could, but unfortunately Arlecchino, generally speaking, you do not have time to like switch to Bennett and catch the particles that Arlecchino generates on Bennett. The animation timings don't work out with the swap timings, whatever, in my experience. So you need pretty high ER needs to do something like burst on Bennett, without using his scale at all, like catching 0 on-field particles on him. But Arlecchino in this context really helps. So like I don't think he necessarily needs this much ER. But again, when the most important thing is just he needs to have his burst back. Assemble. You assemble all the ER and then you're good. So, anywho's. Oh, I got a message from him. Oh, frick. So guess what? Paimon's Bargain said they are down for sponsoring a top-up for the ZZZ video, but they responded to me at 2 a.m. What the frick? My phone didn't notify me. I was awake at 2 a.m. I think. I could have responded to them. Okay. Frick. Well, if I do the ZZZ video, that might delay the video. Okay, whatever. Let me just message them. Sweet. Any chance you are still awake? That means, okay, if I make a ZZZ video, like, I could stay up until, like, assuming, oh boy, never mind, I'm not gonna, I don't need to say, I'm just, like, the person I talk to that runs Paimon's Bargains, that sponsors the top-ups, gives me, or they're awake at night, for me, which means, like, I think I might stay up late for them to be able to do this for me, and then I could potentially record the video and edit it all tonight. But we're talking like doing that at 3 to 5 a.m. Yay! That's particularly good when I woke up early today. So hello and bye-bye. I maybe will be streaming tomorrow. Probably not if I end up staying up until 5 a.m. recording a ZZZ gambling video. And the reason I wanted to do the gambling video is mostly just be like, here's how the gacha works. It works like Star Rail. It's very similar to a lot of other gacha games. Wow. But also, I like this game. And that's why I'm making the video. I wasn't going to make the video originally because I, like, don't want to, like, advertise for Hoyoverse. And it just was, like, kind of burnt out in gachas. But then, like, I play the game. And, like, all the non-gacha aspects are, like, really strong. Like, I actually really enjoy ZZZ so far. It's done much better as far as, like, first impressions compared to, like, Wuthering Waves, wherein the gacha aspects are at forefront right away. So Wuthering Waves, it's still a bit of a mess. I enjoy it. I think their main problem still is like they need to be clear, they hardcore design the game to appeal to, like, you know, Genshin players that wanted something that wasn't Genshin because, like, you know, they got burnt by Genshin in some way or another, such as, like, you know, them, like MiHoYo not releasing any meaningful combat that, you know, people enjoy. To be clear, I think if a lot of players start to like properly get into Genshin's combat and learn the nuance of the elemental reaction system and start being able to think of like how you build teams yourself rather than just like looking at guide creators and people recommending teams to them, Genshin starts to be a fantastic game, even like fantastic game for combat, even without much endgame combat. Like it's number one thing I want from them is more combat modes. There's so much untapped potential in Genshin. I absolutely get the frustration. I have it too, but like Wuthering Waves does not have that team building aspect right now, at least. And like man, like what does the elements do in Wuthering Waves, right? Like Wuthering Waves has 5, 6 elements, right? They have a bunch of elements. They have the whole artifact situation where you get to farm for damage bonus main stats, and it drops. You get 500 pieces in the wrong element set with the wrong element main stat. Sweet. And then like it's got all the gacha farming BS, but it's also worse in a lot of ways than Genshin. Like it's more grindy, more annoying progression systems, honestly, I feel right now. And then like team building itself is like not like kits are much more self-contained, which can make you maybe feel more satisfied with an individual character and going for them. But it also has issues of like there's going to be more power creep because of it. Genshin's character designs are very reliant on the existence of other characters in the game, and that means like there's an extent of self-regulation of characters' power level based on how they interface with past characters in the game. So like I am still very skeptical of Wuthering Waves long term and how much it feels worthwhile, but like if you just want something that's like, I think its biggest strength is its exploration. Music is not a strength, but I'm saying that because like Genshin has like little things like if someone played this song that's playing right now for me, this subtle like background music, I'd be like, yeah, that's Genshin music. It's good music. It's good for the vibe of the area. Wuthering Waves just kind of fails on music level. It's not great. And it's particularly sad. And the story level's bad. But yeah, the elements in freaking Wuthering Waves, right? Like yeah, it's an elemental resistance system, and like it's a cliche. And like I had a Wuthering Waves stream a couple days ago on Twitch, getting to Union level 50, and talked about a lot of my thoughts with it with my friend there that was a close friend of mine that was also playing Wuthering Waves. And he's a little bit more, to keep it simple, is more of a casual-oriented player. And I brought up how, like, the elements do nothing, and he countered with, like, what are you talking about? It's not even a criticism when, like, elements as a thing and, like, element immunities, resistances have always been, like, a thing for video games. And in the moment, I didn't think of a counter to that. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. But no, I thought of a counter, because the issue is, like, right, it's not that there's elements and elemental resistances and incentivizations to like the reasons for the difference existing, but like in Wuthering Waves, the only difference is like enemies being immune to an element or resistant, and immune being the bigger deal, right? And like Genshin goes hard into making elements the game, right? Elements are the game, right? That is the game mechanics, is elemental reactions. It's like the core thing. Not that you can do teams that don't do much with reactions, to be clear. Obviously, it's a little bit more diverse than that. But like it's like the baseline underlying framework is like a character's element is pretty freaking important. In Wuthering Waves, it's only relevant for like enemy immunity. And I was like, okay. And like at a baseline, yeah, like compared to like, oh, like other games have done that, sure. But like problem is, it's a gacha game. It's obviously there to incentivize pulling for more characters. It's like, oh, gee, we made the end game combat be Spectro immune. I wonder if it's to make it so you have more reason to pull for the fire character versus the Spectro character, right? But the bigger problem, right, is there's no other layers. Like Hoyoverse understands. Like in Star Rail, like they did the same thing. Star Rail, to be clear, I don't think it's perfect in Star Rail. I don't love it in Star Rail, but like elements in Star Rail do different things, right? They have the break system where elements do something else. In practice, very often, it's really only like having the element that matches the weakness of the enemy in Star Rail means more damage, and that's lame, and I think that's where they failed in Star Rail. I think they failed to make break relevant at a baseline. Now that Super Break exists, like Break is more relevant, but Super Break is also still kind of reliant on Ron May. So like I don't like the state of Star Rail. It's part of the reason I stopped playing. So like I think they failed in Star Rail, but at a baseline, they made it so elements do different things, right? In Star Rail, they made the elements do different things. ZZZ, same thing. There's 5 different elements in the game. I think there's 5. They do different things, right? Electric people stun, right? Like the elements do something. What do elements do in Wuthering Waves? They do nothing. They do nothing. Nothing. Other than force you to grind for more specific artifacts and pull for more specific characters to deal with different enemies, potentially. That's literally all it does. That's a pretty big design flaw with Wuthering Waves right now, in my opinion. Like they could add something, to be clear, to make elements relevant down the line. They need to, I think. It makes thinking about choosing a particular character kind of stale. Like the only reason, like their design of like elements is like, this upcoming Fire Phoenix lady, which is called fusion element. So the fire element, when you use her outro ability, it gives fusion damage to the team. So it's just like incentivization to do slight, not very major, but it's a slight incentivization that makes using another fire DPS unit with her stronger. Like, it's minor superficial stuff like that, right? The element itself, though, at a baseline is doing nothing other than, like, being relevant to, like, enemy immunity, right? There's no burning effect going on. There's no additional effects. Nothing. Nothing in I say Star Rail and Wuthering Waves. Like, Star Rail, as much as I think they have failed in the element design in Star Rail, and I don't know about ZZZ yet because I haven't played it enough to get a vibe of how relevant the elements feel. But like they do something, and like my friend countering like, oh, you games have done elements and like weaknesses and whatever for a while. Like look at Pokemon. Pokemon would be a thing where like, oh, like Pokemon has type immunities and whatever, but like Pokemon have the advantage of like a dragon type Pokemon can use non-dragon type moves, right? In Wuthering Waves, your Spectro character can only use Spectro damage, right? You have no avenue to deal with anything that's not Spectro, right? Like, so like Pokemon mitigates it by like having that system of turn, or of not just the Pokemon type matters, but also their move type matters too. And that makes that fine of having that like type effectiveness, weakness, immunity, whatever, right? Like, HSR and Genshin are targeted at different players. I mean, yeah, that's their goal with making different styles of gacha games. It's Hoyoverse is trying to make different styles of gacha games to appeal to different players. Not necessarily make every single person play every single gacha game, right? I'm not comparing HSR and Genshin together. I'm comparing the Wuthering Waves element system to video games in general having element systems. Any well-designed system that justifies elements isn't just a enemy type weakness check. There's some other layers to it, right? That's my point. The only nuance in Wuthering Waves with elements is it's an enemy weakness check and it makes you farm more for artifacts. Echoes is what they're called in Wuthering Waves. Like, like all they needed to do was think of some idea, right? They could have just like breaking enemies like poise is a relevant mechanic, right? In Wuthering Waves, all they had to do was copy what Hoyoverse does at the same thing, where in like Star Rail ZZZ, you break enemies poise, you get an element effect. Like the ZZZ is actually the better comparison there for like a real-time action combat, where I believe the main differentiator between elements, what they do other than type weaknesses, what they do is they do additional effects when you break enemies poise. So like electric characters, I believe, do a stun effect. Fire characters, I think, do a burning effect, right? They could have done something like that on the most simplistic level for Wuthering Waves, and that could have justified it much more. But instead they do nothing. And even though you are actively breaking poison, whatever. Ugh. Right, it's a bit rough, is my point. So, like, I'm critical with Wuthering Waves because all it really seems to be trying to be is a Genshin clone. It's the best Genshin clone that has existed. It does some things better than Genshin. I think the overall, like, new player exploration experience is a lot more compelling, mostly due to, like, the more free, like, movement that, like, you have your, like, free grapple hook that lets you do some, like, more vertical movement. You can run up walls. So, like, this... Well, I get the same amount of time it took me to climb up that in Genshin with that amount of stamina. I could climb up probably the wall 3 or 4 times that height in Wuthering Waves. That is the strength of Wuthering Waves. I think its exploration is its strength. Yeah, it's just... I'm not as into the combat as a lot of people are. I like it for being different. It's very distinct combat-wise from Genshin. It's just its own thing, and I suspect it's going to be more susceptible to power creep. And I don't think the element system is justified. Yada, 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 yada. So anyways, I rambled on a lot for this. My first impressions for ZZZ are much better because it doesn't... I don't know. Hoyoverse manages to balance at least the start of their gacha games so much better. Like first impression, like Hoyoverse knows how important the first impressions are, right? And like you don't really have to worry about the gacha aspects that much until you really start playing the game for a while. And like it makes it so much more compelling for me to be like, yeah, I would like to have my friends try Zenless Zone Zero to see how they like it. And I'm just going to be like, yeah, you can basically ignore the gacha, just use whatever you get for free on the standard banner, and save your, whatever they're called, polychromes, I think. If you for the future, if you want, or just use them on whatever, it'll be fine. Just embrace the RNG early on, and have fun with whatever you get. And like Hoyoverse does really well with the first impressions of their stuff. And that helps a lot. Like it helps a lot to justify the gacha things when the game feels so strong at a baseline when you ignore the gacha, right? So doesn't Wuwa feel a little floaty? Yeah, it is a little floaty. That's why I think I like the characters like Jinshi, where she's intended to be literally floaty. She's intended to be a little bit of an aerial character. Like Jinshi manages to feel aerial. I assume that's what you mean by floaty, but maybe you just mean like more loose controls in general. Yeah, the timing of things like parries don't feel right to me. Like ZZZ's parries, when I'm getting it wrong, it feels like I do it wrong. When I miss a parry in Wuthering Waves, it's really hard to tell whether it was my fault or whether it was some... I still don't know if parries have a network check or not. It wouldn't surprise me if they do. Like, they do not feel right in Wuthering Waves versus like ZZZ's parries. And like, man, the switching parries, like switching characters in ZZZ in combat to parry, and then you have a counter attack after that, feels fantastic. And like the chain attack stuff, like I really like the feel of ZZZ's combat. I haven't gotten like in depth into it or anything, to be clear. Just on a feel level, and simple ideas like switch parries is really cool. Anywho's, yeah, story in Wuthering Waves exists. That's certainly it. Like, it's going to be interesting seeing the next, like this current patch of Wuthering Waves is definitely a strong patch. I think the area they added is really, really good. I've probably cleared it good. And they also, the roguelike mode, they have improved significantly. You can have, like, lower difficulty and higher difficulty modifiers on it now. I still think with good characters in the roguelike mode, it's still a bit easy. Because, like, I haven't cleared the highest difficulty yet, but I cleared the second to highest difficulty that I had struggled with weaker characters on before. But cleared with stronger characters. And I cleared it first try with Jinshi, the new 5-star Wuthering Waves, on the second to highest difficulty with the full difficulty modifiers, like plus 250% modifiers. So like enemies dealt a lot more damage, took less damage, whatever, etc., blah, blah, blah. Like full difficulty modifiers, and was not hard. It was not hard at all. So I still think they need to tweak it more, but they're tweaking it, right? And that's good. Like I don't know how much hope I have for Hoyoverse tweaking theater, right? And to be clear, there was like a leak today or yesterday that like, oh, they're gonna increase the first time rewards because it seems like they're probably gonna add like additional acts or whatever. That's good. Like making it more difficult can make it more fun, particularly for someone like me, who's a more invested player. But like I'm not against them making it harder. But I don't really care about rewards being like them doing new reward tiers. I just want them to like it would be more fun as far as making it harder to like let me loop through it. But the second loop that I'm looping through, right? Because like it seems like what they're doing is they're just going to add a new act. Everything else is going to be the same. All the stupid restrictions are still there. Like Hoyoverse does not seem as open to changing things significantly after they implement them. Like they don't. So that's a good thing like about Kuro games, and that's where it has a lot more potential. They have a lot of potential with their baseline framework, the combat system, and a lot of things that do feel really good about it, to differentiate themselves from Genshin. But they're really suffering at not being differentiated from Genshin right now, in my opinion, and having a lot of aspects that feel lower quality compared to Genshin. So it feels a little bit more free to you when it comes to character switching. I mean, yeah, the game has a core mechanics that are a lot more focused on character switching. Yeah, the ZZZ is the same thing. Like ZZZ does not have a latency check for character switching, and yeah, like it's one of the failures of Genshin's design, I'd say, is them not utilizing the switching as a mechanic. Candace is one of the few characters, Candace and like Chiori, that have a mechanic that deals with switching. Chiori's, of course, is just switches automatically without any latency check when you do her thing. And Candace, of course, is Hydra application on a switch, but she's a 4-star. It's limited to one. Like, if Candace was a 5-star, and her Hydra application was just, you know, from her burst, instead of being limited to 3 instances. Like, imagine this instead of being limited to 3 instances. This would make her base kit without C6 potentially compelling too, right? No 3 instance limit. Instead, it's just when you switch, you get Hydra application during the duration, right? So for 15 seconds, you get Hydra application, right? Just period. Or sorry, the duration's 9 seconds. Oh yeah, okay. She was a 5-star. That like let's increase the duration to like 15 seconds at minimum, right? Increase her duration to 15 seconds, and make there be no limit for wave instances, and instead just the limit of how many Hydra applications you get on from Candace's switch burst is just how often can you switch and how often do you want to switch in a team, right? Because it's not like you would just be doing it this fast, right? Like this would be the theoretical fastest in that idea of how often every time I switch here, Candace could get Hydro. But you wouldn't actually be doing that because you want to do like your other abilities in between. But there could be really fun, interesting, quick swappy things like. But Mihoyo doesn't lean into that because swapping feels like in Genshin, despite it being a core mechanic. God, it's ugh. Yeah, ZZZ and other ways make me feel that Genshin is just ugh with switching, and they need to like detach it from a network check at the bare minimum. But I don't think they're gonna do it. Anywho's, I have an extra battle pass weapon box. Weapon box? Don't know what I should do with it. I want Emilie. Not sure if I get either of them would be good. Weapon box? What do you mean weapon box? Wuthering Waves is weapon box. If you're talking about that, I don't know. The weapon that is like a, they're all crit stat. Or no, only 3 of them are crit stats. I don't know. Whatever stat stick weapon like for a character you like. It's in Wuthering Waves. They all are like generic stat stick weapons, I think. So. More body types in Genshin, yeah. Oh yeah, that's a very strong point with ZZZ, is the variation in not just character models, but also like, goddamn, how good the NPCs look. Like it's really refreshing. Not, you know, the setting of Zenless going around. Like, I could absolutely see them plucking a random NPC out the straight and being like, yep, this character is a playable character now, and they just have like different clothes or whatever. Oh, and like one thing with that actually even like works in line with that is like, they literally have like the 5-star character. You know, screw it, whatever. We're just gonna freaking launch ZZZ. I don't think any more people are joining the stream anyway, so it's fine. Where's the launcher? Can I just launch it directly? No. Okay, I don't have a shortcut. Give me a second. So ZZZ locks you up in characters a bit more during animations. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it definitely does. It almost feels a little bit autoplay in certain times. Like when you're doing chain attack stuff in ZZZ, you're just like pressing one button after another for like a several second period, which is the game kind of autoplaying itself. But it's in a way like you have to do specific things to trigger those, right? Like I think breaking like an enemy's poise is what triggers it usually, or whatever. But then and then you can chain them together, in a way that I think feels really good. But anyways, let me launch ZZZ. What? Why does this say get game? What is wrong with my computer? What do you mean you don't know where the game is? I installed it yesterday on my computer. Alright, well, give me a second. I gotta tell the Hoyo launcher where the freaking game is.
I will always seek to protect the things that are most important, no matter what it takes.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Start. Okay. Let's see, is this gonna work? Is it gonna work? Let's see if OBS works. I haven't tested OBS with ZZZ yet. Are you going to launch? Oh, there we go. Hello. Okay, let's close Genshin. This login screen is kind of cute. Sometimes it feels like I don't even trigger stuff. Yeah, it's because I think the enemies are just too weak. I haven't done any like endgame combat, obviously, so you know. Thanks. So, also this game runs at 120 FPS. You can't see this because the stream should be 60 FPS, but I notice it. Please, Hoyle, 120 FPS in things. Yeah, like, man, I like again, like just staring at the game, like, you know, looking at something like this, it's like the game doesn't look that pretty. But like things in motions, like there's a very exaggerated animation style in a lot of instances. In some instances it's a little bit subdued, but even exaggerated things like look at the way the characters like running animation and walking animation with the way their arms swing. Like, you don't run like that, right? Like the running animation looks more natural in Genshin and whatever. But it feels more alive, like when you're just like when everything's moving around in this game. And of course it's nighttime, by the way, so there's no NPCs. Frick. Okay, I can do I can just go sleep here. All right. Hopefully I don't get stuck in story for a while. By the way, the 120 FPS option, if you do have a monitor that supports it, is like they don't show 120 FPS here, but if you switch it to unlimited, it goes to 120. I could tell the frame rate. I should double check right now. Like, make sure I didn't hallucinate that, but I swear to God, it feels like it's 120 FPS. I'm usually good enough at telling that. Maybe it doesn't. That feels almost the same. Oh, frick. Maybe I have mind washed myself. Maybe it doesn't actually support it, but I don't think it does. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not that much of a like, I need to have 120 FPS everything person. I don't think it's that big of a deal. 60 FPS, like a game running at 60 FPS stably is far more important than anything else. Is my baseline, but I really like the way that the story is told. Like doing the dialogue is either like this comic strip stuff in the main story stuff, or like dialogue characters talking to each other with like these little slides that go in and out, and like I actually really like it. You also really see that like people say that like, oh man, the model quality in Star Rail. Like, I never really noticed the Star Rail models looking that much better, but in this game, I think they look a lot better. It especially shows with what's it called? I can use a lady to promote. Here you go. What did I need? I need adventure, action, thriller. This is just like a daily thing that gets you a little bit of extra resources. Thriller. Add that. Action. Adventure. Blam. Alright. Okay. So let's go out here. But like the one nice thing when it comes to like them making the NPC models look as good, it feels so much more cohesive, right? And this game really feels like it has its own identity, which is a really, really good thing. Like this lady is the featured limited 5-star character right now. And she is... No one's here because it's morning. Frick. But okay, I'll try to progress the time by doing something. But like she's just like walking around here sometimes. Or not walking around, but like she's standing around doing something, talking to someone on the phone or whatever. And like she's just wearing like a different outfit, like not her made playable outfit, like her work outfit, right? And like she fits in just as well as like the NPCs fit in. Like it all fits. You don't have weirdness like whatever the crap is going on in Genshin where NPCs and playable characters look like different species. So, you know, we're gonna watch a videotape. Let's see if we can progress the daytime and see actual people outside. For anyone that cares. How many viewers did I lose when I switched to ZZ? Not that many. Yeah, no, I think this game looks very good. It's just like on an individual screenshot basis, it doesn't look as good. And I think it's a little bit like overly bright, especially for like an urban setting thing. Oh, I got mail. Birthday. Oh yeah, because I do that. I set my birthday to like a couple days ahead. So there you go. That's what a birthday thing looks like. I assume it just gives you, yeah, it gives you a fragile resin equivalent. And a name card apparently. That's cute. All right. Notices, huh? Let's clear all my things. No, I hate red. No, I don't care about TikTok. Okay. Errands is just your daily system. Yeah, whatever. Wow. Name card. I want the pupper name card. Oh, it's from Battle Pass. Blech. Never mind. I no longer want the pupper name card. I'll use that. No, why not? Okay. This section of the story is a bit long, not surprising. Oh god. Okay. I hope I don't have to do that right now. Let's go... No. I don't want to do that. Let's just do something else. Let's do a combat thing. Yeah, I'll just do this one. Any luck fishing for S ranks? I didn't have to. I got this lady, and then so like you get like 30 pulls right away. Basically as soon as you unlock wishing. A little bit loud. Sorry. I like the music being louder, but this is too loud for the stream. I know that. That's probably fine. Yeah, I got these two.
Please allow me.
And, yeah. So, anywho's, I think you get 30 pulls right away, and I didn't get anything in my first 10 pull, and then got her in my second 10 pull, and then got her like 5 wishes after. So, haven't got anything since then, other than, well, okay, I got the S rank, these things, whatever you call them, bone posts, or bone, I don't fucking know.
Please allow me.
Hello? This lady, by the way, gets like a fire infusion. I think if you time her normal attacks properly is what... Like, the description is not great for her in-game. It's just saying, if you do things at the right time, you get things. Like, oh, cool. But you haven't actually told me how to time it. Like, it tells you time them properly, but it doesn't tell you how to time it. I think it's just, if you get too spammy, you don't get the fire infusion, but I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet, but she feels pretty good overall. I like her.
Standing by. Copy that.
There you go. Perfect. It's like a quarter note between normals for the infusion. That's what I kind of figured. But I like that. That's a cool thing. And there's other cool kits, like the Cat Girl standard 5-star. I hope I'm be able to get lucky and get eventually. The Cat Girl has a kit that's designed around dodge counters and either switching to her and countering or just perfect dodge counters. I do perfect dodge. You want to shoot me? You want to do any? There you go. That's a perfect dodge. So with the Cat Girl there, you get a bunch of bonus. Not. You get a bunch of bonus damage.
Watch out! Oh, this little one is so cute. I'll just explode.
Normal banner pity is 45. Wait, what? What do you mean? Can you stop the normal? What do you mean normal banner? Like the standard banner pity is 45? Pretty sure standard banner pity is like same as Genshin. Like it's like 75 or 74 soft pity.
You ready?
Yeah, there's a nice chain there. I can't express enough how good those chain attacks feel. Like, it's a really smart implementation, in my opinion, of a QuickTime event. Like, that's fundamentally just a QuickTime event mechanic, but in the fluidity of combat, it feels really good. And the minor decision of which character to switch to will probably be a lot more significant as time goes on. Right now, it's probably not that important, but, you know, it's very enjoyable. I sound so soft compared to it. I sound like the game is just very, the game has a lot of like hard hitting sounds. I agree. Yeah, it's very arcadey. I don't know. It does a really good job at having its own identity. It's easier, I feel like, to compare this game probably to non-gacha games potentially, right? And then it of course becomes how well does it justify its gacha aspects. And right now, for what it's worth, the game is very enjoyable without interfacing much with gacha. It's interesting that this, by the way, as far as I can tell, doesn't have a way to spend money on it. I don't know how relevant these things are. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, I have like... So I'm ranked 20, I think. Yeah, so the equivalent of AR level 20. And... I shouldn't say equivalent necessarily, but, you know, I played for like 10-ish hours. It's relatively equivalent level for level as far as like pacing structure, I feel like, as Genshin was. Yeah, what are you giving me for notification here? There should be a highlighted blue one here. There we go. I'll take whatever that is. And, yeah, this is just the battle pass thing, but... The whole styling, like the UI, man, like it's really nice that the UI is not just like, to be clear, the UI does look kind of cluttered here, but it unlocks things progressively well enough that it doesn't overwhelm you. And like the character screen doesn't look exactly, that was one gripe I had with Star Rails, how like, wow, they copied like the exact UI structure of Genshin basically. And that's my problem, like Wuthering Waves just like, oh, we're gonna copy what works. Copy mostly Genshin's UI structure, except make it worse in some ways.
I have 2 guns, so double the accuracy.
Yeah. I don't know, like the game has its identity. 10 hours for a game that just launched. I know, it's because I didn't expect to play for so long yesterday. I think I played for like 3 hours on release day, and then yesterday I played for 8-ish, I think. Yeah, I just kept on being like, I want to get to the next rank. And yeah, anyways, I'm at like pity again, by the way, for a standard pull when I get like 10 more wishes. So, you know, yay. I suspect the standard banner has standard banner weapons like Genshin and Star Rail, right? So because I've already gotten 2 characters, I suspect it's more likely I'll get a weapon next, but I would definitely prefer a character again. So hopefully I'll get lucky and get a character, but you know, we'll see. I have no idea how to evaluate the weapons, but also the weapons are in the shop like in Star Rail. The gacha structure is very much copied Star Rail's gacha structure. Other than the fact that you have the additional this thing, but you can't even spend money on that. So it's just it's completely limited by how many things are given in game, which is fine. I think it's a good thing that they have a gacha thing in it. It's not gambling. It's not literal spending money gambling. It's just an RNG structure that you can guide towards based on different things. So go touch grass. I mean, to be clear, I would have spent my entire day on my computer yesterday anyways. But I don't know, I feel like if you've never spent most of a day playing a video game, you don't play that many video games. It's easy to get grabbed into a video game that's new and has constant things happening that's keeping your attention. You're like, oops, it's been 5 hours, but I'm so close to the next thing. Want to finish this next thing. So anyways, yeah, haven't spent any money. But might for a video again. Not because I need to. I don't have any particular desire for this lady kit-wise. She's kind of interesting. I think she's interesting mostly in that she feels shite on mobile. I first started playing on mobile. Where? There it is. This character's main gimmick seems to be you dash twice to enter like a special dash mode. If I recall. Yeah, hold or double press dash to make her enter the roaming state. When she's roaming, you press basic attack to launch, do ice damage. Basically, the equivalent of Genshin is like do a double dash to be able to get an infusion. Essentially, is how I would describe it. I missed. And then she does other things. And then, oh yeah, then when I do a charge attack.
Your weak spot.
Charge scissors strikes grants a flash charge. And I believe the flash charge is just basically just how long she has her infusion for. Yeah, see now she's doing physical damage. So you do another thing. Right, use your skill, I think gives her a flash charge. Yeah. So, I think this character probably plays pretty well with how this game is made, because, you know, when you run out of flash charges, you probably switch to another character to do other things, right? I think she feels good on PC, though, but, like, having to do that double tap action on like this is very easy to do on PC. Having to do that on mobile is way more awkward. So I think it's an interesting choice for them to do at the start. You would thought they would. I would have thought they would have taken the Wuthering Willows approach with their first character being a much more brainless character and just they work. You spam buttons and they work, right? Okay, I keep on forgetting to do the charge attack with Chris's. There we go. What? That didn't trigger? Oh, I didn't hold it long enough.
Your weak spot.
Think ZZZ will be more time friendly? I suspect yes, because it doesn't. Like, it's not gonna have, it's not an open world game, right? Where, like, Mihoyo structures a lot of the, like, rewards for being able to, like, if you want to get characters, you kind of, most players would have to interface with the exploration to get a meaningful amount of the rewards, right? Like, if you want to get the average of 70 pulls per patch that they give out, a meaningful amount of those can be locked behind exploration and story that can take a long time. In this game, I suspect it will be a little bit more loaded in towards events. I could be wrong, to be clear. I suspect it will be a little bit more loaded towards events and some conjunction of... Yeah, she has infusion, yeah. some conjunction of events and then shorter form things like the little commissions that I was doing. I don't know if there's a recurring way, if it like gives you an additional one of those every day on purpose, if there's some kind of system that automatically generates those, or if it's just your daily commission system. I don't know enough right now to know for sure. I suspect it will be a little bit more time friendly than Genshin though.
How annoying! Get lost! Get lost! Take this. Sick.
Yeah, I already.
Get back.
So, anyways, yeah. I don't know. This character is not going to be bad, I think, to get. But how susceptible will this game to be to power creep? I think without the new, I don't know. I don't think there's as much nuanced layers to the character interactions as there is in Genshin, to be clear. Which means. Which means I don't think. Also, they should definitely have multiple characters in these trials. Oh, they do. Okay. I thought they didn't for some reason. My bad. I just never switched. So. When?
Out of the way. Get lost.
Can we break?
Take this.
I don't know. Do enemies only have one fight weakness? I'm not sure. I tried to dodge that. I failed. How many times do you get your thing? Interesting. Oh, I lost the special one. I'm done. I hadn't messed with that character before.
Hey, target confirmed. Go. I'm Scissors, you're Paper. Thank you for your patience.
I haven't seen in my initial play of the game how needed it is to, like, energy recharge is a stat in this game. I have no idea what like the artifact system looks like. It has all the same gacha structures, right? To be clear, with grinding is probably for building characters, etc. I don't know the specifics, but it's all definitely there.
Awaiting further instructions.
You got weapon banner, which works like Star Rail's weapon banner. So I suspect this game will have, you know, the same power creep at least that like Star Rail has. Star Rail's at least interesting in that, you know, Star Rail's had power creep, but people have been successful with using, you know, 1.0 DPS characters like Sela still until today, you know, more than a year after launch.
I only handle technical matters.
It's just without like the nuance that Genshin has with characters being very reliant on other characters' existence. It means it's more likely, I think, here, right? So like if Shark Lady is the strongest DPS in the game right now, I wouldn't expect that to last very long at a baseline, essentially. So don't pull for characters for that reason. It is kind of all. But yeah, I don't know. Genshin will probably reach triple banners. I mean, yeah, they should probably. You would have thought they would be doing more Chronicle banner to solve their Chronicle banner, or like, I don't right. Like why haven't they run like a Leeway banner yet, right? Like, I feel like they could have done the Leeway banner instead of like rerunning Elon again, right? I think Emilie, the newest S rank, will be like Sela, Orange Klee. I don't know who Emilie is. I haven't looked at any. I haven't looked at the upcoming characters. I'm assuming she's like the next one or something. Yeah. Shenhe, indeed. But yeah, Genshin. Like the version 4.7 releasing 2 new 5 stars, which is abnormal for a late version update. and then 5.0 immediately starting with 2 5 stars is concerning, especially if version 5.2 or 5.1. If version 5.0 has 2 5 stars and a 4 star, and version 5.1 does the normal thing, like where 0.1 versions usually have 2 5 stars. Like, that's a lot of 5 stars in a really short time frame. Like, that's... yeah, I agree, it's a bit rough. If they're accelerating the rate of release of characters, so it doesn't want to let me progress the time, by the way, so you don't even get to see any NPCs, I'm sorry. The only NPC we have is this dude, which we don't really get to get that good of a look of, but anywho's, maybe I can just go into a shop or something. Where's the one? No, not that. I don't remember where the one shop is. Whatever. Oh well. You just have to trust me. The NPCs look like the playable characters. They look both compelling. Like, the difference between what the NPCs and playable characters look like is the outfit they're wearing most of the time, or the fact that they like have weapons or whatever else. Is kind of the thing, and it's much more cohesive, and I like it a lot. So, anywho's, 5.0 having 2 5 stars and usually an Archon makes the chance so incredibly slim for Shenhe 5.0. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna. Oh man, like, I didn't think I would need Shenhe on my main account when she reran last year. I should have got her. When she reran last year, I wasn't at the point on my channel where I was making, you know, videos constantly with different characters. I was still focused on like weapons only, polearms only mostly, so it wasn't that much of a consideration in my mind. I definitely should have gotten Shenhe last year, man. It's annoying the number of like, there's like at least 3 videos I could make like Shenhe herself doing hybrid Shenhe, Charlotte DPS, but then like I could have more compelling reasons to try different things with like I just want her as an option, so I'm not doing like I could do DPS Kaya, right, without Shenhe, of course. And in fact, it might be better to do DPS Kaya, just doing Mount Kaya, Bennett, Chungling, Farina Kaya, right? I don't know, right? But like I'd rather do things with Shenhe and not get overly reliant. Like, I want more options is all it is for my videos, so I can do a little bit of different things and show different things being compelling. I think Shenhe is more valuable than you might expect for making some cryo units relevant. Kaya, Rosaria, DPS Charlotte are all probably actually pretty good reasons to get her. Silly, yeah, like not very meta, but still, you know, if you really like those characters and you want more options for teams with them, I think it's a reason to get her. Anywho's, and I want to do some shenanigans like that. But yeah, multiple videos that I can make that would be nice at least to have her as an option. And they're just never rerunning the character because they designed her to be hyper niche, and then they're like, oh my god, this character doesn't make money. I wonder why that is. I guess we're gonna never rerun her. Why? Just like Hoyoverse, this is a problem of your own creation. It could have. Like, I wish they made Shenhe a little bit better. I think it would have been so much more interesting, especially since cryo units are already an archetype that they had designed at a baseline to be incentivized towards physical. Why didn't they make her a little bit of a physical buffer too? Would have been so much cooler if she could do like a flat physical damage buff, flat physical damage buff on top of her other buff. But no, gotta have it only be cryo and be confused why people don't. This character doesn't make you money. Femine wouldn't do as well without her. Yeah. So, whatever. Anyways, I love the fluidity of the movement in this game. It feels really nice. The lighting system is very good, by the way, I would say. It's a quite modern lighting system. Even seeing things as simple as, like, how the characters, like, hair... I can't zoom in, actually. It's not too dissimilar from, like, Genshin Star, but it just feels higher quality, more modern. So, yeah. I don't know. This game is worth trying if you're interested in it at all. I'll probably have some more thoughts on it, some of which I've already kind of said here, in at least a video make. I don't think I'm gonna make like a bunch of content about ZZZ. It's not. I don't have any good content ideas with it right now. It's just a game I'm enjoying, and I think it's worth mentioning for that reason alone, at least in doing a video, you know. And people are having, I'm sure there's people gonna be like, you criticize Wuthering Waves. And I wasn't even criticizing Wuthering Waves, I was criticizing how people talked about Wuthering Waves. Meanwhile, you're just writing Hoyoverse's tit. And like, I'm gonna criticize this game too, to be clear, but I'm gonna criticize the gacha aspects. And be like, you shouldn't spend a bunch of money, especially early on in a gacha. Like, it's you don't get much for spending hundreds of dollars in these games, so don't do it. Just embrace the RNG and the fact that you're not going to be able to get every character, and these games can be pretty compelling. That's really all my ultimate point is. Think about it from a healthier mindset, and you know, we might see the games be a little bit less predatory, and they might lean towards like focusing on making better games for more companies. But yeah, anyways, and it's also hard to not like obviously, like some of my ways I talked about Wuthering Waves has been skewed by my impressions of this because it's such a mixed bag of impressions. This game is like basically just positive first impressions overall, and it's just, yeah. So, you know, I don't know, man. Don't know what to tell you. Like, this game has its own identity, it's its own thing. It's not a game you should go into being like, I need another exploration open world game. Like, it's not that. But, yeah. It's worth giving a shot if you're interested. But if you're not, because you don't want to play any more gacha games, that also absolutely makes more sense. Makes sense to skip it. And play it whenever you frick will feel like it. There's no need to play now. So, anywho's. See, look at the animation quality. I'm doing that on purpose, to be clear. You can do the same thing in Genshin. But yeah. Anyways, I like the exaggerated animation style. It didn't land for me in footage, but in game, like I like it. Even little things like how they animate the characters' faces with kind of silly facial expressions sometimes. In a cutscene is pretty great. I like it. But anyways, it's got character, and yeah, it's gonna kill your phone storage. Rip. I will give this game looks surprisingly good on my phone too, by the way. Genshin looks a lot worse running on I have an iPhone 15 Pro. It looks a lot worse on my phone than it does on my computer. This game does not look insanely worse on my phone, so that's a good thing. It also plays pretty well on mobile. I think this game plays better on mobile than it does on controller, which is kind of weird. But that's kind of like it's helped by the quick time event focus of it, right? It's a bit more clunky to press buttons on controller for activating the quick time events, I feel. And PC is very easy since there's just like one button for everything. Your hand's not like, yeah, I don't know. I'm also just used to, I'm sure it's fine for anyone more used to controllers than I am, but I'm used to keyboard and mouse more than I am controller. But anywho's, I've been rambling for an hour and 5 years. I don't know how I ended up streaming for 4 freaking hours. Bye.